General, I must protest this impetuous decision.
A Custer decision, impetuous. Grant called me impetuous too. A drunkard, sitting there in the White House, calling me impetuous.
General, I implore you to reconsider. Think of the men whose lives depend upon you.
What do you think I should do, Mule Skinner?
Sir, that man doesn't know anything.
What do you say, Mule Skinner? Should I go down there or withdraw?
I had him. But this time what I held in my hand wasn't a knife, but the truth.
Well, what's your answer, Mule Skinner?
General? You go down there.
You're advising me to go into the coulee?
Yes, sir.
There are no Indians there, I suppose.
I didn't say that. There are thousands of Indians down there. And when they get done with you, there won't be nothing left but a greasy spot. This ain't the Washita River, General. And them ain't helpless women and children waiting for you. They're Cheyenne Brave and Sioux. You go down there if you got the nerve.
Still trying to outsmart me, aren't you, Mule Skinner? You want me to think that you don't want me to go down there, but the subtle truth is you really don't want me to go down there. Well, are you reassured now, Major?
You remember General Custer and controversy that swirled around him back in the 60s or the 70s? I wanted to start this presentation off with the General Custer thing to give a graphical example of how historians can get things wrong. I remember my dad telling me that he was just a crazy, brave general who took unnecessary chances, and I mean, he seemed to know, even with the fact that historical academia was saying that he was this great man that loved the Indians. But he knew better. I think that's always existed. People just know, but they don't really say anything about it. And he was hoisted up as a hero, and he got his rank by accident. In the story of the Little Bighorn, a Little Big Man, a movie that was supposedly a history comedy kind of thing, has Custer depicted closer to the true Custer than the Errol Flynn figure. I know that. The witnesses that won the battle, the Indians, were completely ignored by the historians. So I don't really see any battlefield detectives going in there or anything. The Indians said that the battle lasted as long as it took a man to eat his lunch. So I don't really think you could call it a battle. Maybe it was a rout, but Custer severely underestimated the Sioux and the Cheyenne, and they had superior firepower to him. The army wanted to save money, and they had all of these bullets left over from the Civil War for these single-shot carbines that they equipped their troopers with. And the Cheyenne warriors mostly were using Henry rifles and Spencer rifles, you name it. They had a whole gaggle of weapons. They had everything from flintlocks to repeaters. They outgunned and outmanned the U.S. 7th Cavalry. Custer was probably being foolhardy. Plus, it taught the U.S. military a vital lesson that they employed in every war after that. And that is, if you send more ammunition your enemy's way than they can send yours, you'll win the battle every time. For a long time, that's the way it was. And then in the 60s and 70s, it started to come out where, the Indians were starting to be listened to. And then the battlefield detectives went there sometime in the 90s, and they cataloged all of the bullets, and they pretty much knew from the entire schematic of how the bullets were laid out how it went. And the Indians finally are listened to. It's just like myth. The ancients, our historians think that it's just a bunch of nonsense, but yet we still can't duplicate buildings that they made all those years ago. Who knows how long ago, really. That was just an example of how things can be wrong. One party that's in charge doesn't even want to listen to the other side. They say there's 7 layers to truth, to everything. And even the layer that was underneath this layer was a Cheyenne saying. The Cheyenne, the Crow, and the Sioux were the ones, the main tribes that did the fighting. And the Cheyenne saying was, the Crow got the land, the Sioux got the glory, and we did the fighting and dying. I don't know how true that is, but the Cheyennes were called the human beings because they understood that a human being is the highest form of life on the earth that we know of, but we sure don't act. How could you control 7 billion people if you are only maybe at the most a few dozen? How could you do it? Well, what immediately comes to mind is that you somehow circumvent things so that you can turn them all against each other and make them fight each other. We call that playing both ends against the middle. And the more one delves into the mainstream chronology of historical events, the more one scratches one's head as to what is up with all this. Why is all of this getting ignored? There's that word again. Ignorant. Seems to be pretty rampant in the academic circles. Have you ever heard something and dismissed it right away as being ridiculous, only to find out later that it was true and more than likely the case? But back to my point, how would you do it? How would you be able to control 7 billion humans and you only have a couple of dozen? Well, the answer is pretty easy. And you got to leave anything about love or togetherness out of the picture. That's just lip service, while you do everything else contrary to that. I recently come across a group who is researching the work of Anatoly Fomenko. Russians are interesting because they don't march to the beat of the Western drums. They march to their own beat. They gather their own evidence. And honestly, they're more honest and forthcoming than Western historians or scientists or cosmologists. They seem to really want to know the truth in certain cases, but they have their elements to deal with too. Since childhood, it's drummed into all of our heads that the Russians are bad people. And if you subscribe to anything they like, then you're a commie rat or whatever, a traitor. It's just propaganda. Anatoly Fomenko, working with the theory our history has been drastically changed. And of course, I put on my critical thinker's cap because of what I know about the story and cosmology. Plus, my interest always gets aroused when there is a controversy. It's just a thirst for knowledge, and that may not be conventional.
Points out that when we're reading the so-called biography aspect of Jesus Christ, we're actually reading about 2 individuals, not one, all mixed together. As we saw, Madame Blavatsky's talking about when we read the early Old Testament, it's 2 deities. We've got a Jehovah and an Elohim, And we've got the gods of different cults, all intermixed. Well, that must account for the reason why we have this wrathful God on one hand, and suddenly we have this very beneficent and benevolent and loving God on the other. Well, we're talking about more than one God. Tony Bushby says that the emperor then instructed the bishop Eusebius to compile a uniform collection of new writings to be bound together as one. Eusebius was to arrange for the production of 50 sumptuous copies to be written on parchment in a legible manner and in a convenient portable form by professional scribes thoroughly accomplished in their art. Make them to astonish, said Emperor Constantine. This was the first mention of finished copies of the Christian New Testament in the history of mankind. With his instructions now fulfilled, Emperor Constantine decreed that the new writings be thereafter called the Words of God, and be attached to copies of the Hebrew Old Testament. Emperor Vespasian in the 1st century had proclaimed the entire Jewish territory the personal property of the Roman emperors, and his decision was officially ratified by the Senate. In effect, all later emperors were in control of the Jewish religion. Emperor Constantine effectively attempted to amalgamate the earlier Jewish religion with his new cult. By legal inheritance, he was also the Messiah. After Eusebius had finished drawing upon the large array of Presbyter's texts, Constantine then ordered them to be destroyed by fire, and any man found concealing one should be stricken off his shoulders, that is, beheaded.
Considering all options, is it possible that a certain group were able to manipulate history and create Rome to be the bully of the world, to shine the light away from them?
Tony Bushby goes on to say, it is important to note that the format of the name Jesus Christ was not cemented down until the time of the Reformation. That is the 14th and 17th centuries AD. For in earlier times it had several renditions, such as Yeshua Christ or Yeshua Christos. Now we saw a little earlier that the ecliptic and the celestial equator make the 4 cardinal points of the zodiac, which was the primeval Christian cross and also the pagan cross before that. But also in astrology and astronomy, there are 4 cardinal stars, 4 ancient stars that are of the most greatest importance.
This is why it is important to get your cosmology right. As I said before, it underpins everything.
And they also make a cross in the heavens. They are Aldebaran, which means in Islamic, it's a Persian word that means the eye of the bull. That's in Taurus. We have Regulus, the great red eye of the lion. We have Antares in Scorpio. And we have Fomalhaut, that's one of the fishes in Aquarius. And these 4 great stars are the precursor, the origin of the 4 sons of Horus. Horus, the god of the old world, had 4 sons. And as we've noticed, many corporate logos, there's cars that go by the name of Forester, but of course if you really examine the word Forester, it actually says 4-star. There they are, the sons of Horus. There's Osiris sitting on his throne, the sun god, attended by his 4 sons, representing the cardinal points and also representing the 4 stars. So Osiris is the sun, just like Christ is the sun at the Last Supper, and the 4 cardinal points are there. The ecliptic and celestial equator intersect at 2 hypothetical points. When the sun arrives annually at these cross points, we have the spring and autumnal equinoxes. When the sun moves 90 degrees, that's 3 months from each of these, we have the 2 solstices. This is a very important point to remember. There it is again. The 12 signs of the zodiac, the earth in the middle, the sun that moves slowly along the belt of the 12 signs, and the 4 cardinal points. When the sun reaches the summer solstice in the sign of Cancer and the winter solstice, it's in the opposite sign of Capricorn. These are at the highest and lowest annual declinations of the sun, and that's why on maps we see the tropics of Cancer and the tropic of Capricorn. All that means is that when you look on a globe, you'll see 2 meridians. One is called the Tropic of Cancer, and the other one is called the Tropic of Capricorn. Capricorn is in the south, and the Tropic of Cancer is north of the equator. All they are is the highest rising point of the sun The sun moves to the highest point of its arc during the year in Cancer. And it moves to its lowest point in the late Sagittarius, moving into Capricorn. And that's why you have the solstices at those points. Solstice just meaning sun standing still. However, what I would like to bring out is that Cancer was known in the ancient days. This is where the summer solstice is. Cancer was known in the ancient days as the gate of birth or life. In fact, it was even believed that souls entered in through the moon or entered through the gate of Cancer to take birth through the female. Because, of course, Cancer is the female water sign. And Capricorn was known as the gate of mortality or the gate of death. So facing Cancer is Capricorn, which is where the souls were meant to leave the terrestrial sphere after their sojourn, what we call life. The Tropics of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And this is one of the reasons, again, in a practical context, that cities like Vatican City, like London, like Washington, use this circular motif in the piazzas, these beautiful architectural edifices, but you'll always see the gate of the north and the gate of the south. Pall Mall in London is a perfect example of this zodiological motif. Cancer is also very interesting because that's where the bear is. And the movement of the bear through the whole annual cycle makes the symbol of the swastika. You take the little bear and you position it at 4 points and it will make the symbol of, we know as the swastika. We know that America is born in July 4th. That's the sign of Cancer. That's why its symbol is the bear of the California flag, to commemorate Cancer and the northerly sign. Cancer is also very interesting because, being the northerly sign, it sits beside Leo, which is also a northerly sign. Leo is always been signified by the lion, the red lion, the ruddy lion, and the sign of Cancer, which was lunar, ruled by the moon. The most ancient symbol of Cancer was the unicorn, the pale white unicorn. So if you're a Cancer, you know that your symbol is the crab. But long before it was the crab, the symbol of the unicorn was the symbol. And that's why you see on royal heraldry, the royal families are all very aware of this. They design their cities this way, they put their throne rooms this way, and even their heraldry shows you the red lion of Leo right beside the unicorn of Cancer, the pale white moon. Now in the story of Jesus we have, of course, the famous motif of the birthday of Jesus. It's well brought out. It's a famous story, Nativity, that the Son of God is a historical personage, they try to tell us, and that he has a birthday, the Nativity. From Fraser we find that the custom of celebrating Christ's birth began in Egypt, being derived from the mother goddess cult there, and the Christians there celebrated it on 6th of January. Okay, so the original date of birth of the sun god from ancient times was January 6th. By the 4th century it had become generally established in the East. The Western Church had never recognized the 6th of January as the true date, and in time this decision was accepted by the Eastern Church. At Antioch this change was not introduced until 375 AD. Now the reason why the Fathers transferred the celebration of the 6th of January to the 25th of December was this. It was the custom of the heathen to celebrate on the same 25th of December the birthday of the sun, at which they kindled lights in token of festivity. In these solemnities and festivities the Christians also took part. Accordingly, when the doctors of the church perceived that the Christians had a leaning to this festival, they took counsel and resolved that the true nativity should be solemnized on that day and the festival of the Epiphany on the 6th of January. Accordingly, along with this custom, the practice has prevailed, the kindling of fires until the 6th. Alexander Del Mar, in his fine book Middle Ages Revisited, says, Sir Isaac Newton in his Prophecies of Daniel showed that not only the solar festivals but all the other principal ones observed by the early church were Roman festivals fitted with new names. There's nothing holy about the Holy Roman Empire. There's nothing holy about Constantine, and sadly there's nothing holy about modern Christianity that came right out of that. Now, Melito of Sardis, the 2nd century theologian, said that King of heaven, Prince of creation, Son of the eastern sky, who appeared both to the dead in Hades and to the mortals upon earth, he, the only true Helios, arose for us out of the highest summits of heaven. So wait a minute, I thought that Jesus rose out of the highest summits of heaven. No, Helios did. The King of heaven, the Son. Here's a passage. They are all thine. All those who come to thee, great and small, they belong to thee. They who live upon the earth, they all reach thee. Thou art their master. There is none outside thee. Sounds like a lovely biblical passage, doesn't it? But guess what? That's from the Louvre stele, an Egyptian hymn to the sun god of the Egyptians, Osiris.
The new chronology is a theory which argues that the conventional chronology of Middle Eastern and European history is fundamentally flawed, and that events attributed to the civilizations of Rome, ancient Greece, and ancient Egypt actually occurred during the Middle Ages, more than 1,000 years later. The central concepts of new chronology are derived from the ideas of Russian scholar Nikolai Morozov, 1854 to 1946, although work by French scholar Jean Hardouin, 1646 to 1729, can be viewed as an earlier predecessor. However, the new chronology is most commonly associated with the Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko. So there's a mathematician that's actually doing good work, born in 1945. Although published works on the subject are actually a collaboration between Fomenko and several other mathematicians, the concept is most fully explained in history, fiction, or science, originally published in 7 volumes. Seems he has a lot to say.
Is it possible that ancient Rome, Greece and Egypt were invented during Renaissance? Can it be that Jesus Christ was born in 1053 AD and crucified in 1086 AD? History, fiction or science? Describes how the contemporary chronological scale was created and by whom. With the culprits named as the 16th-17th century clergy. The well-known model of history has enjoyed the relentless attention of prominent critics ever since its creation, including respected people like Sir Isaac Newton and Jean Hardouin, the court librarian of Louis XIV, the Sun King of France.
It's probably all examples and proof. The new chronology also contains a reconstruction, an alternative chronology, radically shorter than the standard historical timeline, because all ancient history is quote-unquote folded onto the Middle Ages. According to Fomenko's claims, the written story of humankind goes only as far back as AD 800. There is almost no information about events between 800 and 1000, and most known historical events took place in AD 1000 to 1500. New chronology is rejected by mainstream historians, of course, and is inconsistent with absolute and relative dating techniques used in the wider scholarly community. The majority of scientific commentators consider new chronology to be pseudo-scientific. That's no surprise to me. The history of new chronology, the idea of chronologies that differ from the conventional chronology, can be traced back to to at least the early 17th century. No, isn't that coincidence? We'll get into the mainstream concept of the Gregorian calendar in another chapter. Jean Hardoon then suggested that many ancient historical documents were much younger than commonly believed to be. In 1685, he published a version of Pliny the Elder's Natural History, in which he claimed that most Greek and Roman texts had been forged by the Benedictine monks. When later questioned on these results, Hardoon stated that he'd revealed the monks' reasons in a letter to be revealed only after his death. Guess what happened? You don't really have to guess too hard. The executors of his estate were unable to find such a document among his posthumous papers. In the 17th century, Sir Isaac Newton, examining the current chronology of ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, and the ancient Near East, expressed discontent with prevailing theories, and in the chronology of ancient kingdoms proposed one of his own, which, based on its study on Apollonius of Rhodes' Argonautica, changed the traditional dating of the Argonautic expedition, the Trojan War, and the founding of Rome. In 1887, Edwin Johnson expressed the opinion that early Christian history was largely invented or corrupted in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. In 1909, Otto Rank made note of duplications in literary history of a variety of culture. Almost all civilized peoples have early woven myths around and glorified in pottery their heroes, mythical kings and princes, founders of religion, dynasties, empires, and cities. In short, their national heroes, especially the history of their birth and of their early years, is furnished with fantastic traits with a PH. The amazing similarity, nay, literal identity of these tales, often, if they refer to different, completely independent peoples, sometimes geographically far removed from one another, is well known and has struck many an investigator. There's more, so check out New Chronology Flamenco on Wikipedia for the mainstream story. One of the things that Mr. Flamenco is claiming, the historical chronology of events, 1,000 years has been added to the timeline. There's a young lady, her name is Sylvia. She does a lot of videos on a YouTube channel called New Earth. And don't let her young sounding voice and accent throw you off. She's very well traveled, very smart, and knows what she's talking about. Watch this.
Some 3/4 of all historic dates found in any modern history textbook are based on a supposedly ancient book called FCB Pamphili. Since this ancient work was most important for the timings of all historical events, that is why the father of the fabricated history, Scaliger, took to the task himself. The mainstream history assures us that after Scaliger made a copy of this very ancient manuscript, the original disappeared. Our history, the way we know it, is mostly based on this book. The rest of so-called ancient sources are the books that were copied by the monks, but not just any monks, just few very selected and small groups. to replace the entire history of entire planet is not that easy. Okay, they created the new version, but the real records, the real old books and the memory of the people still kept the real history that needed to be destroyed. That is why, under the false flag of religious slogans, lists of banned books were created. Most of the books, all books, not just religious books, were in these lists. Very few of the truly old books were not enlisted. Basically, everything that was old needed to be burned and destroyed completely. If one book of a given author belonged to a banned list, that meant automatically, by law, that all of the other books of this particular author were banned as well and must be given by the citizens for burning. Otherwise, the citizens would be burned themselves. And along with the books, very often in the fires would end up the authors of the books as well. The clergy appointed numerous and very strict commissions that would keep a very close eye and actually had absolute control on what could be printed and what could be not, and who possesses what kind of books at home.
Military-style searches were conducted at various suspect locations, both private and public.
All borders were under very strict control for banned books. However, controlling the maps that the sailors use was a bit more difficult for obvious reasons. That is why now and then uncomfortable ancient maps surface. As of today, there is no scientific collection published that contains all old maps. One must work hard to find different fragments here and there, and in most cases the maps are published in very low resolution so that one cannot read the small details, and also that makes it harder to notice the places where the map has been edited in recent times. And even after all that, there were people who were skeptical about the new history and didn't want to accept it. That is why the Holy Inquisition always had fires ready at hand to burn those who did not agree. This is how our so-called history was made official, not by scientists and not by historians. In more ancient time, the forces of evil, the parasitic forces, fought humanity openly, and everybody knew who fights whom. In more recent times, they completely changed their tactics. Now they don't show their faces openly, and they only operate through a relatively small number of humans who know everything and are members of the top levels of various secret societies. The rest of the population of the earth has been rendered so senseless and so unaware of its real nature and history as a result of the fraudulent propaganda of the parasites, which has been reshaping our views for many centuries, that most of us have become not people but sheeple, blindly following our so-called elected leaders. Although social surveys from all over the world all point to the fact that most of the people on this planet consider their government leaders to be total scam and fraud and criminals, still those very same people watch TV every day, TV which is censored by that same honest government. And these very same people believe the school books, although these school books have been instituted as true by that same government. The social institution of a country or a state developed at this point of time when the parasites managed to convince certain group of people to go against their own brothers. Then the need appeared for those groups to fence up parts of the earth as their own and call them states and countries. All this is described in the Vedas as the beginning of the dark ages of Kali Yuga. Before that, there were only provinces of the great empire of the survivors. And even that so-called empire was not an empire the way we imagine it nowadays. It was not a country that kept its citizens like slaves, like the modern countries. People were free and they owned the land they were born on. Finally, sometimes in the 16th and 17th century, the parasites managed to corrupt a group of the humans on the territory of Western Europe, and those started carrying out their plan of creating countries and states that were absolutely independent from territories that abided the law of goodness, the laws brought to them by the survivors or those educated by them directly or not. The parasites managed to appoint their own people, which were rebels and insurgent kings, who manipulated the public opinion with lies and false religion-based slogans. According to the law of that time, kings who did not have proper right to the throne, who were insurgents, they had to be punished by death. That is why these newly appointed rulers desperately needed a new history that will make their claim to the throne seem legitimate. All this was centrally orchestrated by the parasites, and that is why a very similar scenario happened almost in each and every European country. And that is when Scaliger was ordered to create a new history that would be convenient to the insurgent rulers, who in exchange for being placed on the throne by fraud, vowed in loyalty to the dark forces, who eventually would carry through them warfare against the citizens of these countries. Fabricated history at that time was very close and similar to the real events that happened. However, the empire of the survivors and their glorious past was absolutely excluded from this history. Not only the memory of the empire was completely erased, but events that, although distorted, were still connected to it, were artificially, fraudulently sent away to the faraway past, and thus made look even more unimportant and irrelevant to the new historic reality that was imposed upon the people somewhere in the 16th and 17th century. The Society of the Flemish Jesuits issued 53 thick volumes with so-called ancient books that conveniently disappeared in various library fires after the copies of them were made by these Jesuits. Another big center of the so-called copy-making was the order of the Benedict monks. It is a well-known fact mentioned in those thick volumes themselves and accepted by mainstream historians that the monks were not merely making copies. They honestly confessed, "We are also correcting the books so that they will fit the new ideas of the 17th century." And actually that is one of the best scenarios. In some cases there was no ancient text at all, and compositions that were written in 16th and 17th century are now quoted as ancient works. A huge collection of so-called ancient books whose originals conveniently and selectively burned in library fires was published by these Benedict monks, and this collection contained 221 volumes of Latin works supposedly belonging to ancient Romans.
And not to mention 161 volumes supposedly written by ancient Greek authors.
If you think that all monks of that time were innocent, godly creatures who could not be susceptible to any corruption, please follow the links about the monks in the description of this video. I promise you will not regret. Let's get into the details of how the history of a full planet was shifted, for example, with 1,000 years back in time. In the Middle Ages, people used to write years in a different way, not the way we write them now. There were two ways in the Middle Ages to write the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. One was Jesus, and the other one was Christos. And when people meant that a certain event happened 300 years after Jesus Christ, they placed an I in front of the number of the year. An alternative version was to place the letter X, and that originated from the name Christos, because that is how, till nowadays, the Slavic people call our Savior Jesus Christ. For example, Ludovici Elsevier is considered by the mainstream historians to be a Renaissance publisher. However, as we can see on their own emblem, the year is 595. Before this year, we see the letter I and a dot after it. This is obviously not the number 1. Another example, according to the mainstream history, this is 1521. However, if you pay attention, this is clearly the letter I. This is not the number 1, and it is separated with dots. Another example, this is interpreted nowadays as year 1656. However, we can see that it actually has the letter I instead of 1, and the year written is 656.
There were different handwriting styles for writing the letter I. Here is another one from Germany. This is year 658. However, nowadays it is interpreted as 1658.
This is from Nuremberg, Germany, and again, there is no doubt that this is year 699. And there is a letter I in front of it. This is not the number 1. 1 was never written in this way. While the previous writing was before the introduction of the ideas of Scaliger, this is the same location, but the paintings are from the 18th century. And here we see how the letter I has been substituted with the number 1, and in this way the history was prolonged with 1,000 years. There are endless examples that this is not 1, it is the letter I. In some cases, the letter I, or in Slavic the letter X, was completely omitted. Like for example, on this map, the cartographer absolutely clearly writes that this is something referring to years 740 and 750, and yet the mainstream historians conveniently place it in year 1740 and 1750. And this is not the only such example. An old emblem of the city of Vilnius. It is absolutely clearly written on it, 7th century, and yet according to the mainstream history, this is city of the Middle Ages. Thousands of stone monuments are found on the Balkan Peninsula. They are called steci. Often they are classified as mysterious. That is a graceful prelude, hinting that they would not be included in the history. And why should they? They have some sort of dates written on them, and they don't fit in any calendar. Or at least any calendar that normal mortals like ourselves are supposed to inquire into. And it seems the calendar used had a record of 7,000 years. That number will come up again when we discuss the Book of Veles, which seems to be an authentic, very old book that survived the medieval burning. A book which provides some details about the advanced cultures as far as 7 or even 20,000 years ago. But although the Book of Veles is included in the curriculum of some of the courses offered by certain European universities, still we're very far from replacing these Caligarian fantasies taught in schools with something that has much greater chances to be the truth, like the Book of Veles. Still, children in school are left with the impression that 7 or 20,000 years ago, the most sophisticated idea that the man could come up with is chasing a wild hog with a stick. Here is a decree from Copenhagen. At the time when the new calendar was introduced, people were simply obliged to stick to it. They were threatened with heavy fines in case they tried to use the old calendar. In his books, Anatoly Fomenko provides examples that similar decrees were issued so that the local names of various villages, towns and areas are changed. Because once the actual historic name of a given place is erased, is lost, then even if somebody finds a true historic record in the future, they won't be able to figure out where did the given event take place. Similar decrees were issued also about certain historic events. Whenever something happened that was very uncomfortable for the history fabricators and people saw it, there was a decree, a law that told people that actually something else happened, and if you talk about what you saw, then, of course, the heaviest punishment. At this point, you probably wonder, but how did it work in reality? How did the common people, for example, in year 600 after Christ, all of a sudden start thinking that it is now 1600 after Christ? Actually, the common people didn't even understand what happened because, conveniently, exactly at that time, the calendar was changed. The new Gregorian calendar was introduced and everything was set to the so-called correct dates. And because it was all done centrally on paper, the common people on the street did not understand what's going on at all. In this way, the history, the way you know it, appeared. It was not created by historians, but by illusionists, tricksters, circus-style magicians. However, there were educated people as well, and they figured out the scam. One of them is the famous physicist Isaac Newton, Somehow they conveniently miss to tell us that he was a chronologist as well. He was persistently arguing that the history of the kingdoms of Egypt has been artificially sent to past with 1,800 years. The history of ancient Greece sent artificially back to the past with 534 years, and the history of the Roman culture sent back in time artificially with about 1,000 years. Those who are further interested can find more detail in his book Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended. John Hardwin was one of the most educated men of his time, and he also argued against the validity of this Scaliger history. He was a royal librarian, and he found out that the Scaliger history was founded on books that are not genuine. Actually, the list of scholars who doubted the genuineness of the theory of Scaliger is very, very long and continues to get longer nowadays very quickly. I have included it for your reference in the description of this video, and I would highly recommend that you have a look at it. There are many contemporary scholars listed that also maintain their websites. Some of them could be in your native language. shift back in history was not the only shift. Actually, it was one out of the many. Local regional shifts of the histories of individual countries were also needed, and it all depended on what kind of forgery they can do to misplace the particular regional events in a way that people will naively believe it. Let's see one example. This is a document by the famous writer Lermontov. It is used as a proof for dating historic events. It is shown in the textbooks a very low resolution. There are dates indeed on this document, and it is actually an authentic document with the authentic writing of the famous author. However, if you pay a close attention to the numbers used to write the years, you will notice something strange. The number 3 is very unusual in both cases. If we see other documents of Lermontov, we can notice that he writes 3 in a completely different manner. It is becoming pretty obvious that the 7 has been made artificially to look like 3, and in this way given historical event has been sent back in time with 40 years. This is how our so-called history was fabricated. Sending events back in time is extremely convenient for the parasites. It creates the illusion that things have always been like this, creates the feeling of helplessness in the common people. They feel that they're being oppressed and manipulated. However, the authority of the parasites, represented by our rulers, so-called elected rulers, seems strong and long established. Not only the bloody parasitic phase in our history seems stronger and longer, but also the times when people were actually free seem even more distant and more elusive, as if they never existed. I have traveled a lot in my life, and in all countries, people are not happy with their rulers. They do not feel that the presidents and the governments are representing their real will, and yet they feel powerless to do anything because they think that it has always been like this. One of the main purposes of this video is to make known to people, no, it was not like this always. And the times when we were free are much, much closer than everybody would expect. Mainstream history assures these are nothing else but devious, evil institutions created by the parasites with the sole purpose of organizing suicidal wars amongst people.
For example, scientists, Americanologists like Leonard Adam, Carl Gensi, Paul Rivet, Jose Imbellione, and many others, studied the Asian American parallels in art. They observed clear similarities in the motifs, ornaments, and stylized design of cultural artifacts between East Asia on one hand and the northwest coast of America and Mexico on the other.
The similarities between the styles were too close for them to develop independently, just like that by chance.
Later on, German and Austrian anthropologists who created the theory of the Kulturkreis, or culture circle or cultural field, people like Grabner, Schmidt, Ankerman, Cooper, and others
tried to prove that the cultures of all the nations around the globe originated from 7 or 8 successive waves of migration of a gigantic scale emanating from a certain mysterious center which should be located somewhere in Europe or Asia.
And these anthropologists concluded, unfortunately, nearly all of the parallels that we presented are of no use, as the chronological gap between them spans over many centuries. If, let's say, the lotus pattern from Amaravati, India, date to the 2nd century BC, their Mexican doubles from Chichen Itza were created somewhere around in the 12th century AD. In Cambodia, the step pyramid design appeared for the first time only in the 10th century AD, whereas in Mesoamerica that happened in the early 1st century BC.
And it was only the mistaken Scaliger chronology which hindered these historians. Their observations about the cultural items were absolutely correct. However, they did not fit in the mistaken official chronology.
I don't mean ignorant in a dumb sense. I just mean ignorant in a sense that they don't pay attention. Your average person would think any of this stuff is in left field. They just don't know any better. And that was probably the same case back then.
I don't know what happened.
When they brought the new calendars out. I mean, this is totally feasible. It's in line with so many other things, too. It may be the reason why some people think that Velikovsky is wrong, but it turns out that he's not. This next guy that's going to talk for a few minutes, his name is Gunnar Heinzen, and he is finding the same results.
Like this, we are in a period 600 years later in my chronology. That's a shorter one by 700 years, and 1,300 years later in mainstream chronology. You get an impression how far-reaching the catastrophe had struck. Here we see something even earlier from 70 BCE. That's the so-called mechanism of Antikythera, and it was an instrument for predicting astronomical positions, eclipses, and the cycles of the Olympic Games. So this is what you see in essence in the museum. I took the photo last month, and this is a reconstruction of this instrument, and it could show you the position of every planet, the sun and the moon in the sky. This is the kind of knowledge that we lost. And the loss of this knowledge brings me, or at least you, to the question, so how was a return to counting of the years managed? Now, I believe in a very simple one. I'm not in favor of falsification, of faking, of just creation out of the blue sky. I think when the catastrophe shook somewhere around the 930s, there was no scientific activity up to the 970s, 980s, maybe longer, then someday people would start counting the years again. And what did they know for sure was they were after Christ, that they understood. And I think they decided to choose a year as a new year one. And this year one is turned later in the year 1000. And why 1000 years? They might have thought, because in the Revelation of John again it is said that after 1000 years Christ and the devil in the valley of Armageddon will battle out the final fight in a major catastrophe. And maybe, it's a speculation, this catastrophe of the 10th century was seen as this, after 1000 years the devil and Christ are fighting it out. And so they had a basis for a year one. And only later arrived the desire to fill these 1000 years with history. And that's when the composition began. So the authors had the very few sources on their table, and they had to put them in a sequence. Even in actuality, they lived in parallel. And this brings me to a few questions my son has asked, and I will focus on Christianity. The most important figure of Christianity is Paul the Apostle, Saul of Tarsus, a Jew from Tarsus, and he directed a radical movement all the way from Israel through Asia Minor to Greece and Rome without non-Christian sources ever mentioning him. It's a major problem in Christian history that the most important character, Paulus, is not known outside of the Christian books. But there's something interesting. 700 years after Paul, there's a major movement. They call themselves the Paulicians, the followers of Paul, and they are in Asia Minor. They are right there where Paul was traveling and founding his churches and writing his letters to, and they are persecuted, they are killed. So there was a movement following Paul. And what is interesting in this movement, in the 8th century, they are still not Trinitarians. They still only believe in God. They don't think that Jesus or the Holy Spirit are godlike. And that's the theology of Paul. Paul didn't believe in Trinity, so he did not consider Jesus as a God. He only considered God as a God. So we have here two very similar movements side by side, but now separated by several hundred years. And if you bring back the sources used to fill 1,000 years from the vertical into the horizontal, suddenly you get real stories, you get real narratives. So here is Paul, and here is this movement. Another question is the most famous figure that will be the end of the lecture, King Arthur of Camelot. Everybody has seen movies about King Arthur of Camelot, and what do the historians tell us? John Myers, one of the leading British archaeologists of the last century, no figure on the borderline of history and mythology has wasted more of the historian's time. And if you write to the museum in the city of Camalodunum, you think it sounds like Camelot, Camalodunum, it's Colchester, and you ask them, isn't there a relation between King Arthur and King Atze of Camalodunum? They say, no, that's impossible. What do they say? Eastern England lay in the heart of the region first occupied by the Saxons, so cannot have been the area in which Arthur operated. Acting as a military leader of the Britons, Celtic, indigenous Britons, the invading Saxons, any historical Arthur would have had to have been operating outside the area of primary Saxon settlement. So they believe that all these areas were full of fully armed Saxons, and so Arthur could not have operated there. But you remember in the lecture that in actual fact, there's nothing. There's not even agriculture for the Saxons from 400, 500 to 900. So Saxons were there. And what is interesting in the Saxons is that they have pottery from the late Latine period, 1st century before Christ. And this is the period of Atze of Camalodunum. He lives in the 1st century BC, and he has this pottery and he has his coins. And here's the name in Greek on his coins, A-T-H-T-H, Atze. It's called Atze. So it's Atze of Camalodunum. And now that you understand, he shares the same pottery with the Saxons that are dated to the time of Arthur, but are actually some 700 years earlier. What happened? When Julius Caesar attacked the British Isles in the 1st century BCE, he was not alone in trying to conquer the British Isles. He was competing with the Germans from the areas of Hamburg, Bremen, Flensburg. They were much closer, they're much better equipped to take the islands than the British. So they were fighting each other, and the local people, the Celtic, the Britons, they were in between. And they made an alliance with the Romans to fight off the Saxons. Thus, when Arthur of Camelot, who is Atze of Camalodunum, was fighting in the 1st century BCE, he was defending his own land. The Saxons were trying to take it. They had not yet settled there. They were trying to take it. They took it. He lost the battle. So we have another explanation here. And the final question of my son, it's one of the major enigmas of Jewish history. Ashkenazi Jews, they begin in the High Middle Ages, after 930 Common Era. Later they moved to Poland, everywhere else. And the problem is that in the early Middle Ages, in their original area, in Germany, Belgium, France, in this area, there is no archaeological evidence for Jews from the 8th to the 10th century. So there's a hiatus of 300 years before the High Middle Ages. So they say if the Ashkenazi Jews begin here, and there are no Jews whatsoever in synagogue architecture for 300 years, they have nobody who could have been their forefathers. We have the same situation like in Jerusalem, where the Crusaders massacre Jews and Muslims, but in the stratigraphy of Jerusalem, you do not have Jews before this massacre occurs. So now when you understand that the Antiquity, late Antiquity, and early Middle Ages periods are not chronologically but stratigraphically like this, then all the hard evidence for Jews in this period belongs also to this period, where supposedly there is no hard evidence, which means that the Ashkenazi Jews are immediate followers of the Jews of the period that is now divided in Antiquity, late Antiquity, and early Middle Ages, but in actuality is one. Thank you for your attention.
The Gregorian calendar. It's aptly named. The original goal of the Gregorian calendar was to change the date of Easter. In 1582, when Pope Gregory XIII introduced his Gregorian calendar, Europe adhered to the Julian calendar, first implemented by Julius Caesar in 46 BC. Since the Roman emperor's system miscalculated the length of the solar year by 11 minutes, the calendar had since fallen out of sync with the seasons. This concerned Gregory because it meant that Easter, traditionally observed on March 21st, fell further away from the spring equinox with each year. Leap years don't really occur every 4 years with the Gregorian calendar. The Julian calendar included an extra day in February every 4 years. But Lilius, the Italian scientist who developed the system Pope Gregory would unveil in 1582, realized that the addition of so many days made the calendar slightly too long. He devised a variation that adds leap days and years divisible by 4, unless the year is also divisible by 100. If the year is also divisible by 400, a leap day is added regardless. While this formula may sound confusing, it did resolve the lag created by Caesar's earlier scheme. Almost. The Gregorian calendar differs from the solar year by 26 seconds per year. Despite Lilius' ingenious method for syncing the calendar with the seasons, his system is still off by 26 seconds. As a result, in the years since Gregory introduced his calendar in 1582, a discrepancy of several hours has arisen. By the year 4909, the Gregorian calendar will be a full day ahead of the solar year, and by then we will be ancients. Some Protestants viewed the Gregorian calendar as a Catholic plot. Though Pope Gregory's papal bull reforming the calendar had no power beyond the Catholic Church, Catholic countries, including Spain, Portugal, and Italy, swiftly adopted the new system for their civil affairs. European Protestants, however, largely rejected the change because of its ties to the papacy, fearing it was an attempt to silence their movement. It wasn't until 1700 that Protestant Germany switched over, and England held out until 1752. Orthodox countries clung to the Julian calendar until even later, and their national churches have never embraced Gregory's reforms. Britain adopted the Gregorian calendar sparked riots and protests, maybe. According to some accounts, English citizens did not react kindly after the Act of Parliament advanced the calendar overnight from September 2nd to September 14th, 1752. Rioters supposedly took to the streets demanding that the government give us our 11 days. However, most historians now believe that these protests never occurred and were greatly exaggerated. On the other side of the Atlantic, meanwhile, Benjamin Franklin welcomed the change, writing, "It is pleasant for an old man to be able to go to bed on September 2nd and not have to get up until September 14th. Before the Gregorian calendar's adaptation, the English New Year began on March 25th, or Lady Day. Julius Caesar's calendar reform of 46 BC instituted January 1st as the first day of the year. During the Middle Ages, however, European countries replaced it with days that carried greater religious significance, such as December 25th, the anniversary of Jesus' birth, and March 25th, the Feast of Annunciation. The latter, known as Lady Day, because it celebrates the Virgin Mary, marked the beginning of the year in Britain until January 1st, 1752. Flamenco is a supporter of drastically revising historical chronology. He has created his own revision called New Chronology, based on statistical correlations, dating of zodiacs, and by examining the mathematics and astronomy involved in chronology. Flamenco claims that he has discovered that many historical events do not correspond with the dates that are supposed to have occurred on. He asserts from this that all of the ancient history, including the history of Greece, Rome, and Egypt, is just a reflection of events that occurred in the Middle Ages, and that all of the Chinese and Arab history are fabrications of the 17th and 18th century Jesuits. He also claims that Jesus lived in the 12th century AD and was crucified on Joshua's Hill, that the Trojan War and the Crusades were the same historical event, and that Genghis Khan and the Mongols were actually Russians. As well as disputing written chronologies, Flamenco also disputes more objective dating techniques, such as dendrochronology and radiocarbon dating. His book includes empirical statistical analysis of narrative material and its application in history, fiction, or science. Most Russian scientists and worldwide historians consider Flamenco's historical work to be pseudo-scientific. Well, that doesn't surprise me. In fact, you could use them as a reverse barometer for what they're saying. That in itself makes me think that there's something going on that makes them very uncomfortable. When they do that, that's the same sign you get all across the board, that they're acting out of a knee-jerk reaction of fear. Because if they were as confident in their theories as they say they are, then they would welcome any challenge to their information. But this is a usual tactic to criticize and stick them with the label of pseudoscience, or, just put it in the mystery bag and we don't have to look at it. They don't like new information because it threatens their bank account, and they probably have philosophy of, why should I look at that and give up my home and car and have to go back to school and learn the right thing? I'm going to look into this. This looks pretty ripe for the picking. It looks interesting.
All right. The sentence is death.
Our differences.
Are 1,000 years missing in our history? According to Professor Gunnar Heinsohn, there is, amongst others, and Immanuel Velikovsky. According to Professor Heinsohn, 700 years are missing in the 1st century AD. All the architecture is the same. The basilica, titling, far as digging down and finding the 6th century and then digging a little further in 5th and 4th and so on. 35,000 archaeological sites, and not one of them shows at all. They're all right next to each other. He pretty much just dunks it. It's hard to refute, but they had some good times in the Roman times. The bathroom situation was pretty damn barbaric. One learns the real reason stilts were invented. That's a good one. They'd just have a shat right there out on the street. All right, well, let's start out with a few things. You know, most of us thought that there was this big 2 million year ice age. Some Neanderthals appeared, punctuated with a brief period where a species of humanoid called Cro-Mag man came and apparently went. But not before they were able to go down into the caves all over Europe, paint these ridiculously good paintings. Even though their brains were bigger than modern humans, they disappeared.
Lord, it's a miracle! And vanished like a fart in the wind.
That in itself is a head scratcher for me. Gunnar says that these 3 cataclysms that they are saying happened in the 2nd, 6th, and 9th centuries are actually just 1. 3 have been reported. The evidence does not say that. The Vikings, the sailing people, they didn't get square sails until 700 years after the Romans had them, which doesn't make sense. The Vikings were a sea people. The buildings, the language, the wares, glass, pottery, the same. All over the board. When you cross-reference the study of ancient history, just using mainstream, it's pretty easy to see that there was indeed some major bleepery going on back then. 15th, 16th, 17th centuries. So what we'll do is we'll summarize some key figures and events. We'll look at Joseph Scaliger, the Reformation, and the 30 Years' War, and we'll take a look at some of Fomenko's findings. Let's get going. Baalbek. In the valley that gives birth to 2 rivers of Syria, the Orontes flowing to the north and the Litani flowing to the south and west, between the mountains of Lebanon and anti-Lebanon, where roads from Palestine in the south, Damascus in the east, and the sea coast there to Hamath in Upper Syria, lie the ruins of Baalbek. When we compare ruins of Baalbek with those of many ancient cities which we visited in Italy, Greece, Egypt, and in other parts of Asia and Africa, we cannot help thinking to be the remains of the boldest plan we ever saw attempted in architecture. Is it not strange, then, that the age and the undertaker of the works in which solidity and duration have been so remarkably consulted should be a matter of such obscurity? From the time when this was first written, in the 50s of the 18th century, up until today, Nothing was added to dispel the obscurity which envelops the origin of this temple city. The excavations undertaken there brought no solution to the problem of its origin or the nature of its cult. No early inscriptions were found. Throngs of travelers who spend their day wandering among the ruins of a magnificent acropolis go away without having heard what the role of the place was in ancient times, when it was built, or who was the builder. The pyramids, the temples of Karnak or Luxor, the Forum, and Circus Maximus in Rome were erected by builders. Identity is generally known. The marvelous site in the valley on the junction of roads running to Hamath is a work of anonymous authors in unknown ages. It is as if some mysterious people brought the mighty blocks and placed them in front of the snow-capped Lebanon and went away unnoticed. The inhabitants of the place actually believe that the great stones were brought and put together by Genin, mysterious creatures, intermediate between angels and demons. Solomon's Baalbek. Local tradition, which may be traced to the early Middle Ages, points to a definite period in the past when Baalbek was built, the time of Solomon. Ildrisi, the Arab geographer, wrote, "The great temple city of astonishing appearance was built in the time of Solomon." Ghazwani explained the origin of the edifices of the name of the place by connecting it with Balkis, the legendary queen of the south, and with Solomon. The traveler Robert Wood, who stayed at Baalbek in the 1750s and who published an unsurpassed monograph on its ruins, wrote, "The inhabitants of this country, Mohammedans, Jews, and Christians, all confidently believe that Solomon built both Palmyra and Baalbek." Another traveler who visited Syria in the 80s of the 18th century recorded, "The inhabitants of Baalbek assert that this edifice was constructed by Genin, or genies, in the service of King Solomon." Some scholars looking for Baalbek in the scriptures identified it with Baal-Haman, referred to in the Song of Songs. And again, Baal-Haman is supposed to be another name for Baal-Lath or Baal-Jad. Also, Baal-Zaphon, or Zeus Cassius, was proposed as Baalbek. In this connection, it can be said that, according to the Talmud, Jad, G-A-D, was the name of the planet Jupiter, and Zeus Cassius signifies Jupiter of Lebanon. And Haman was supposed to be a Syrian form of the name Ammon, who according to the Greek authors was Zeus Jupiter. All this together, if correct, points toward the cult of Jupiter in Baalbek. And this place had to have been occupied. Jupiter was still close to the Earth and not exactly a gas giant planet yet, but either a hot Jupiter or a sub-brown dwarf star. Ball gag. The skeptics. The study of antiquities started as a debate about fraud. Italian scholar Nanni had published fake sources and caused quite a debate, especially because he also introduced the distinction between primary and secondary sources. This man was not an ordinary fraudster, whose discovery might easily be set aside. It took a long chronological debate to find out what was wrong. In the meantime, scholars learned to look for these sources of sources. Although there were hardly any primary sources from antiquity, we might try to approach them. Although the foundations of a more reliable study of the distant past were being laid, the basic response to unmasking of Nanni was skepsis. The 17th century witnessed the rise of a kind of historical skepsis that is sometimes called a historical Pyrrhonism. Ironically, the idea that antiquity could not be understood was named after a philosopher from the very day and age whose works are lost, Pyrrho of Elis, 360 to 270 BC, the founder of a philosophical system called skepsis. His point of departure had been that we cannot fully understand nature. You can see that lightning strikes, but don't hear the sound at the same moment. The straight pole suddenly looks crooked when you put it into a pool of water. Nature is incomprehensible. The implication is that you cannot establish with absolute certainty whether a statement about it is false or true. And that means that it is impossible to establish a system of ethical precepts, at least not if you want to base it on reality. The true lover of wisdom accepted this uncertainty and postponed his judgment. Nothing was certain. The philosophy of Philo, which was only known indirectly, became incredibly popular in the 16th and 17th centuries. The discovery of the Americas had shown that the ancient authorities were not infallible. The Reformation had shown that religious truths were subject to debate, and wars of religion showed the consequences. Skepsis was the true wisdom, and indeed, skeptical authors like Montaigne are still being read. So how much did we know about antiquity? Protestant authors were quick to point out how many Catholic ideas were just plainly wrong. Those papists believe in purgatory, but for that, there's no biblical evidence. The Church of Rome also venerated the saints, but most legends were invented in medieval times. Secular authors started to ask similar questions. What did we actually know about Homer or Socrates? Other scholars had different questions. How much did we know about antiquity? If most of our manuscripts were medieval, Polizeno's ideas about reconstructing ancient texts from many medieval manuscripts were not really well known. How could you establish the difference between legend and fact? What actually was a fact? These questions were put forward in books like
François de la Mauvaise du Pays de Certitude Quilya dans l'Histoire on the little certainty we have about the past, 1668, or Louis de Beaufort sur l'incertitude des 5 premiers siècles de l'Histoire romaine,
1738, the uncertainty about the first 5 centuries of Roman history. Often, the examples offered by those authors were quite funny. Why on earth did Romulus have to abduct Sabine women if he really was as handsome as the ancient authors wrote? Much of this criticism was well argued and quite correct. True, Polizeno had created a way to look beyond the medieval copies of the ancient texts. Scaliger had established the basic principles of the study of ancient chronology. As we will see in later installments of this series, the study of inscriptions and coins would more or less corroborate the information of those contested ancient authors. What would a coin have to do with an author? That was the future. In the 17th century, the study of antiquity was in great trouble. The historical purists may have been too skeptical about our knowledge, but they asked a very, very good question. All of the ancient literary works have been burned. Joseph Justus Scaliger, August 5th, 1540 to January 21st, 1609, was a French religious leader and scholar known for expanding the notion of classical history from Greek and ancient Roman history to include Persian, Babylonian, Jewish, ancient Egyptian history. He spent the last 16 years of his life in the Netherlands. After his father's death, he spent 4 years at the University of Paris. For 2 months, he found he was not in a position to profit from the lectures of the greatest Greek scholar of the time. He read Homer in 21 days and went through all other Greek poets, orators, historians, forming a grammar for himself as he went along. Don't we all? From Greek, at the suggestion of Jan Postel, he proceeded to attack Hebrew and then Arabic. Of both, he acquired respectable knowledge. His most important teacher was Jean Durac. He was able not only to impart knowledge, but also kindle enthusiasm in Scaliger. It was to Durac that Scaliger owed his home for the next 30 years of his life. For the 1563, the professor recommended him to Louis de Casimir, the young lord of La Roche-Posay, as a companion in his travel Roche-Posay on their way. Scaliger formed an unfavorable opinion of the English. Their inhumane disposition and inhospitable treatment of foreigners especially made a negative impression on him. He was also disappointed in finding only a few Greek manuscripts and a few learned men. Later period, he became intimate with Richard Thompson and other Englishmen in the course of his travels. He had become a Protestant. Academic output. It was during this period of his life that he composed and published his books of historical criticism. His editions of the Catalecta 1575, of Festus, 1575, of Catullius, Tiberius, and Propertius, 1577, are the work of a man determined to discover the real meaning and force of his author. He was the first to lay down and apply sound rules of criticism and emendation, and to change textual criticism from a series of haphazard guesses into a rational procedure subject to fixed laws. Mark Pattison. These works, while proving Scaliger's right to the foremost place among his contemporaries as Latin scholar and critic, did not go beyond mere scholarship. It was reserved for his edition of Manilius, 1579, and his De Emendatione Temporum, 1583, to revolutionize perceived ideas of ancient chronology, to show the ancient history is not confined to that of the Greeks and Romans, but also comprises that of the Persians, Babylonians, and Egyptians, hitherto neglected, and that the Jews, hitherto treated as a thing apart, and that the historical narratives and fragments of each of these, and their several systems of chronology, must be critically compared. It was this innovation that distinguished Scaliger from contemporary scholars. Neither they nor those who immediately followed seem to have appreciated his innovation. Instead, they valued his elementary criticism and his skill in Greek. His commentary on Manilius is really a treatise in ancient astronomy, and it forms an introduction to this work. Scaliger investigates ancient systems of determining epochs, calendars, and computations of time. Applying the work of Nicholas Copernicus and other modern scientists, he reveals the principle behind these systems. In the remaining 24 years of his life, he expanded his work De Emendatione. He succeeded in reconstructing the lost chronicles of Subius, one of the most valuable ancient documents, especially valuable for ancient chronology. This he printed in 1606 in his Thesaurus Temporum, in which he collected, restored, and arranged every chronological relic extant in Greek or Latin. Scaliger versus the Jesuits. But his enemies were not merely those whose errors he had exposed and whose hostility he had excited by the violence in his language. The results of his methods of historical criticism threatened the Catholic controversialists, the authenticity of many of the documents on which they relied. The Jesuits, who aspired to be the source of all scholarship and criticism, saw the writings and authority of Scaliger as a formidable barrier to their claims. Muret, in the latter part of his life, professed the strictest orthodoxy. Lipsius, what a name. Lipsius! Enemies, therefore, aimed, if not answered his criticisms or to disprove his statements, yet to attack him as a man and to destroy his reputation. I'm sure he had some bones in his claw. It was no easy task, for his moral character was strong. Veronese descent. After several attacks reportedly by the Jesuits, in 1607, a new attempt was made. In 1594, Scaliger had published his Epistiola de Vetuste et Splendor Gentis Scaliger et J.C. Scaligeri Vita. Say that 10 times. In 1601, Gaspar Scipius, then in the service of the Jesuits, published his Scaliger Hypoboleemus, the Supposititious Scaliger, a quarto volume of more than 400 pages. The author purports to point out 500 lies in the Epistola de Viste of Scaliger, but the main argument of the book is to show the falsity of his pretensions to be of the family of La Scala and the narrative of his father's early life. No stronger proof, says Pattison, can be given of the impressions produced by this powerful philippic, dedicated to the defamation of an individual, than it had been the source from which the biography of Scaliger, as it now stands in our biographical collections, has mainly flowed. To Scaliger, the publication of Scaliger Hypoboleemus was crushing. Whatever his father Julius had believed, Joseph had never doubted himself to be a prince of Verona, and his Epistola had put forth all that he had heard from his father. He wrote a reply to Scipius entitled Confutatio Fabulae Burdenum, In the opinion of Pattison, as a refutation of Scipius, it is most complete, but there are certainly grounds for dissenting from this judgment. Scaliger purported that Scipius committed more blunders than he corrected, succeed in adducing any proof either of his father's descent from the Scal family or of any of the events narrated by Julius prior to his arrival at Agen. Nor does Scaliger attempt a refutation of the crucial point, namely, that William, the last prince of Verona, had no son Nicholas, who could have been the alleged grandfather of Julius. Whether complete or not, the Confutio had little success. The attack attributed to the Jesuits was successful. Scipius was wont to boast that his book had killed Scaliger. The Confutatio was Scaliger's last work. 5 months after it appeared on 21st January 1609 at 4 in the morning, he died at Leyden in the arms of his son Heinsius. In his will, Scaliger bequeathed his renowned collection of manuscripts and books to Leiden University Library. Joseph Scaliger.
It is rendered in Fomenko's fundamental work entitled History, Fiction or Science, which is finally out in English. Tuite hoax. A hoax that has finally been exposed with the aid of astronomy, mathematical statistics and modern computational facilities by one of the world's leading mathematicians, the Russian academician Professor Anatoly Fomenko. His fundamental work on chronology, history, fiction or science, now available in English, is more fascinating than Dan Brown at his wildest. Yet it is truly a non-fiction work. That goes to say, everything else you have read about history should probably classify as fiction.
The Reformation, specifically referred to as the Protestant Reformation, was a schism in Western Christianity, initiated by Martin Luther and continued by John Calvin, other early Protestant reformers in 16th century Europe. It is usually considered to have started with the publication of the 95 Theses by Martin Luther in 1517 and lasted till the end of the 30 Years' War with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. Although there had been significant attempts to reform the Catholic Church before Luther, such as Jan Hus, Peter Waldo, and John Wycliffe, Luther is widely acknowledged to have started the Reformation with the 95 Theses. Luther began by criticizing the sale of indulgences, insisting that the Pope had no authority over purgatory and that the Catholic doctrine of the merits of the saints had no foundation in the Bible. The Protestant Reformation, however, would come to incorporate doctrinal changes such as complete reliance on Scripture as the only source of proper belief, sola scriptura, the belief that faith in Jesus and not good works is the only way to obtain God's pardon for sin, sola fide. The core motivation behind these changes was theological, though many other factors played a part, including the rise of nationalism, the Western schism that eroded loyalty to the papacy, the perceived corruption of the Roman Curia, the impact of humanism, the new learning of the Renaissance that questioned much traditional thought. The initial movement within Germany diversified, and other reform impulses arose independently of Luther. The spread of Gutenberg's printing press provided the means for the rapid dissemination of religious materials in the vernacular. The largest groups were the Lutherans and Calvinists. Lutheran churches were founded mostly in Germany, the Baltics, and Scandinavia, while the Reformed ones were founded in Switzerland, Hungary, France, the Netherlands, and Scotland. Yeah, but who funded them? Not founded them. The movement influenced the Church of England decisively after 1547 under Edward VI and Elizabeth I, although the Church of England had been made independent under Henry VIII in the 1530s. There were also Reformation movements throughout continental Europe, known as the Radical Reformation, which gave rise to the Anabaptist, Moravian, and other Pietistic movements. Radical reformers, besides forming communities outside the state sanction, often implied more extreme doctrinal change, such as the rejection of the tenets of the late antique councils of Nicaea and Chalcedon. The Catholic Church responded with a counter-reformation initiated by the Council of Trent. Much work in battling Protestantism was done by the well-organized New Order of the Jesuits, of course, in general Northern Europe, with the exception of most of Ireland, Poland, and Lithuania, came under the influence of Protestantism. Southern Europe remained Catholic, while Central Europe was the site of a fierce conflict, culminating in the 30 Years' War, which left it devastated.
It's all Machiavellian.
The 30 Years' War was a war fought primarily in Central Europe between 1618 and 1648, one of the longest and most destructive conflicts in human history, as well as the deadliest European religious war in history. It resulted in 8 million fatalities. Initially, a war between various Protestant and Catholic states in the fragmented Holy Roman Empire, it gradually developed into a more general conflict involving most of the great powers. These states employed relatively large mercenary armies, and the war became less about religion and more about continuation of the France-Habsburg rivalry for European political preeminence. The war was preceded by the election of the new Holy Roman Emperor, Ferdinand II, who tried to impose religious uniformity on its domains, forcing Roman Catholicism on its peoples. The northern Protestant states, angered by the violation of their rights to choose that had been granted in the Peace of Augsburg, banded together to form the Protestant Union. Ferdinand II was a devout Roman Catholic. He was relatively intolerant when compared to his predecessor Rudolf II, who ruled from the largely Protestant city of Prague. Ferdinand's policies were considered strongly pro-Catholic. These events caused widespread fears throughout northern and central Europe. It triggered the Protestant Bohemians living in the then relatively loose dominion of Habsburg Austria to revolt against their nominal ruler, Ferdinand II. After the so-called Prague Defenestration deposed the emperor's representatives in Prague, the Protestant states and the Catholic Habsburgs started gathering allies for war. Protestant Bohemians ousted the Habsburgs and elected a Calvinist, Frederick V. Elector of Rhenish Palatinate, as the new king of the Kingdom of Bohemia. Frederick took the offer without the support of the Protestant Union. The southern states, mainly Roman Catholic, were angered by this. Led by Bavaria, these states formed the Catholic League to expel Frederick in support of the emperor. The empire soon crushed this perceived rebellion in the Battle of White Mountain, executing leading Czech aristocrats shortly after. The Protestant world condemned the emperor's action. After the atrocities committed in Bohemia, Saxony finally gave its support to the Union and decided to fight back. Sweden, at the time a rising military power, soon intervened in 1630 under its king Gustavus Adolphus, transforming what had been the Dutch rebels in the Netherlands and the Dutch Republic. Intervened under the pretext of helping its dynastic Habsburg ally, Austria. No longer able to tolerate the encirclement of two major Habsburg powers on its borders, Catholic France entered the coalition on the side of the Protestants in order to counter the Habsburgs. The 30 Years' War devastated entire regions of famine and disease, resulting in high mortality in the populations of the German and Italian states. The Crown of Bohemia and the southern Netherlands, both mercenary and soldiers in fighting armies, traditionally looted or extorted tribute to get operating funds, which imposed severe hardships on the inhabitants of the occupied territories. The Dutch Republic enjoyed contrasting fortune. It ended its revolt against Spain in 1648, subsequently enjoyed a time of great prosperity and development, known as the Dutch Golden Age, during which it became one of the world's foremost economic naval powers. The 30 Years' War ended with the treaties of Osnabrück in Munster, part of a wider Peace of Westphalia. The war altered the previous political order of European powers, the rise of Bourbon France, the curtailing of Habsburg ambition, and the ascendancy of Sweden as a great power created a new balance of power in the continent, with France emerging from the war strengthened and increasingly dominant in the latter part of the 17th century. As listed here, Spain was interested in the German states because it held territories of Spanish Netherlands in the western part of the empire and states within Italy that were connected by land through the Spanish Road. The Dutch revolt against Spanish domination during the 1560s, leading to a protracted war of independence that led to a truce only in 1609. France was nearly surrounded by territory controlled by two Habsburg states, Spain and the Holy Roman Empire, and feeling threatened, was eager to exert its power against the weaker German states. This dynastic concern overtook religious ones and led to a Catholic France's participation on the otherwise Protestant side of the war. Sweden and Denmark-Norway were interested in gaining control over the northern German states bordering the Baltic Sea. One can really see the origins of America right there in all of that. These people back then were born with a foot on their throat. They were subjects. They weren't human beings. Anyone who thinks we haven't come a long way really needs to study the Middle Ages to see how good we have it today.
Yeah, if only we weren't lied to.
Make sure that something like this never happens again. We can't let political correctness run amok and threaten our freedoms. They'll see how far they can take it.
The Inquisitions. The word Inquisition refers to harsh or unfair investigations or a series of questions. The Roman Catholic Inquisitions consisted of organizations within the Catholic Church acting on behalf of the Catholic Church, finding, interrogating, and punishing people who disagreed with Roman Catholic theology. We will be discussing two stage or period is known as the Spanish Inquisition, and it began in the beginning of the 15th century. It was launched against Protestants, Jews, Muslims, and others. Medieval Inquisition. The lead up to the 13th century Inquisition involves the massacre of a group of dissident believers known as the Cathars or Albigenses, who rose up in France in the 11th century. Although there is room for debate as to if the Cathars held to truly heretical teachings, it is a fact that they believed the Roman Catholic Church's sacramental system was evil, and that the Catholic Church was not teaching God's message, which was expressed in the Holy Bible. These people had a very high view of Scripture. They believed that when secular authorities punished heretics, that this was sin. The name Cathar means pure. They sought to live lives of holiness. A 13th century Dominican named Brenarius estimated that by his day, there were over 4 million Cathars in over 1,000 cities. Rome perceived this movement as a serious threat which was to be eliminated. In 1179, the Third Lateran Council condemned and anathematized this group, and in 1208, Pope Innocent III decided to launch a vicious crusade against them. This crusade lasted from 1209 to 1229. In a general letter to the faithful, Pope Innocent III angrily wrote, quote, "O most mighty soldiers of Christ, most brave warriors, ye oppose the agents of Antichrist, and ye fight against the servants of the old serpent. Fight for God." This war on the Cathars, though ultimately unsuccessful in and of itself in getting rid of all of them, was nevertheless extremely bloody and ruthless. In one incident, the so-called Battle of Bezij resulted in the slaughter of 10,000 to 20,000 believers. Commenting on this incident, Philip Schaff notes, "Neither age nor sex was spared. Church walls interposed no protection, and 7,000 were put to death in St. Magdalen's Church alone." Pope Innocent III offered his crusade soldiers spiritual reward for the murder of these believers, that is, indulgences for the remission of temporal punishments for sin. This crusade involved many massacres as well as the burning of Cathars who were captured. The clerics within the Cathar movement were ruthlessly eliminated without the benefit of a hearing. In regards to the stronghold of Minerve, 140 Cathar clerics were burnt alive, and the prisoners had their ears, noses, and lips cut off. Commenting on the severity of this crusade, historian Williston Walker notes that Innocent III's efforts, quote, led to 20 years of destructive warfare, in which the power of the southern nobility was shattered and cities and provinces devastated. Another group which was to be eliminated was known as the Waldensians. This movement began in 1177 in Italy and was based on the teachings of Peter Waldo, AD 1140 to 1218. The Waldensian believers affirmed that the Bible was the ultimate authority and that whatever was not found in Holy Scripture was not to be believed by Christians. These believers practiced memorizing the Bible, and its preachers went out 2 by 2 preaching. They, among other things, rejected masses and prayers for the dead as unscriptural and denied Rome's doctrine of purgatory. They also refused to venerate saints. Because of these teachings, the Roman Catholic Church enacted what is known as the Episcopal Inquisition, whereby local Catholic bishops would turn unrepentant Bible believers like the Waldensians and others, who refused Rome's teachings, over to civil authorities for punishment. This Episcopal Inquisition was ordered by Pope Lucius III, who reigned from AD 1181 to 1185. On November 4th, 1184, he, in unison with the Council of Verona, issued the bull Ad Abolendum, that is, on abolition, where he condemned and excommunicated the Waldensians and other sects. The bull says, quote, "To abolish the malignity of diverse heresies which are lately sprung up in most parts of the world, it is but fitting that the power committed to the Church should be awakened, that by the concurring assistance of the imperial strength, both the insolence and malpertness of the heretics in their false designs may be crushed. We likewise declare all entertainers and defenders of the said heretics be liable to the same sentence, unless by adjuring his heresy and making satisfaction, he immediately returns to the orthodox faith. We decree him to be left to the sentence of the secular judge, to receive condign, that is deserved punishment, according to the quality of the offense." In the same bull, Pope Lucius III also decreed that the goods and money of the punished heretics be confiscated for the use of the Roman Church. This led to what is known as the first formal Inquisition in the medieval era. In 1229, the Council of Toulouse issued a decree sanctioning burning at the stake for the punishment of heresy. Likewise, the German Mirror of Saxon laws were compiled in 1235 and ordered the execution of heretics and unbelievers by burning at the stake. With Cathars still around due to the failure of Innocent III's crusade against them, as well as Waldensians and other dissidents walking the lands, Pope Gregory IX, who reigned from AD 1227 to 1247, cemented the Inquisition. He took interrogation, trial, and the punishment of heretics out of the hands of the bishops and placed them into the hands of the monastic orders such as the Franciscans and Dominicans. Everything was now in order for possibly the worst atrocity in all of history to be carried out. By 1244, the Cathars were basically wiped out. Their last refuge was Montségur, France. However, they were overcome by the Inquisition, and the 200 remaining Catholic clerics were there burnt alive. As historian Williston Walker remarks, by means of Inquisition, the Cathars were utterly rooted out by the middle of the 14th century. As time progressed, the Inquisition became crueler and crueler.
There's another handsome
The final
devil.
step in configuring the procedure of the Inquisition was made by Pope Innocent IV, when he, in the bull Ad Extrapanda of 1252, authorized the use of brutal torture as a means of extracting a confession from alleged heretics and Bible believers. This practice was also confirmed by later popes such as Alexander IV in 1259 and Pope Clement IV in 1250. 1265. Again, during this period, the inquisitors responsible for hearings, confiscation of property, overseeing torture, and burning at the stake were mainly priests within the monastic Dominican and Franciscan orders. In regards to citizens turning in other citizens for interrogation, the Council of Toulouse, in its 18th canon, made it clear that mere suspicion or public rumor of heresy was sufficient for formal Inquisition proceedings to be leveled. This resulted in people falsely being accused of heresy by Catholic citizens they had rivalries with. Others turned in members of their own community in order to appear loyal to Rome and avoid Inquisition themselves. There were even fixed rewards given to spies who specialized in ratting out suspected heretics and Bible believers. In 1239, at Mount Amy, he had 27 burnt to death, or as another account reports, 180. Michael C. Thomson mentions one of the most sadistic and maniacal inquisitors of the 13th century, namely Conrad of Marburg. He investigated heresy in Languedoc and Rhineland. Many placed into his hands were given the choice of speedy confession or death by burning. The Archbishop of Mainz wrote to Pope Gregory IX about this cruel method, and the Pope's response was to identify Conrad as a champion of the Christian faith and to encourage him to continue punishing heretics as well as alleged witches. Conrad was known for stripping naked those he tortured in order to first humiliate them. Now, the previously mentioned Waldensian Bible believers, though hunted vigorously and massacred by Rome during the Inquisition, nevertheless miraculously survived it, unlike the Cathars. Schaff notes that in 1308, Dominican and Franciscan inquisitors hunted and murdered the Waldensians in Bohemia and Poland. However, after facing the Inquisition and enduring the horrors it produced, the Waldensians eventually escaped into the mountain regions of northern Italy in order to avoid total annihilation. They survived over the centuries, and many of them eventually joined the Protestant Reformation movement in the 16th century. It's interesting to note that many of Rome's quote-unquote saints came out of these Dominican and Franciscan orders which were involved with the Inquisition. For example, St. Thomas Aquinas and St. Albert the Great were Dominicans, and St. Bonaventure was a Franciscan. It's sickening how Rome would canonize and exalt men who were involved in orders which oversaw the torture and death of massive amounts of Bible believers and others. The medieval Inquisition did not stop there. In AD 1484, Pope Innocent VIII produced the bull Summis Desiderantis Affectibus, wherein he authorized inquisitors to find, try, and murder alleged witches. In this so-called Great Witch Hunt, intellectual arguments meant to persuade the person of their error were not utilized by inquisitors. Instead, the goal was to extract a confession by torture and then murder those rumored to be alleged witches. It was believed by the Catholics that a witch could not cry from pain, and since those tortured cried, the papal inquisitors claimed the devils must have made them cry as a trick to convince everyone they were not a witch. The inquisitors would often shave the bodies of alleged witches, including the private parts, since Catholic superstition at that time said that witches would 1. Hide objects of witchcraft in their hair or private parts, and 2. That witches had a birthmark or scar which would function as a teat to feed milk or blood to imps or the devil himself. Inquisitors would therefore stab alleged witches on their scars or birthmarks with needles, since they claimed a witch would not bleed if their witch's teat was pierced. However, when the people did bleed, the torturers claimed Satan allowed the bleeding to make it appear the person was not a witch. They then resorted to torture such as putting hot boiling fat in the person's eyes, underarms, and thighs, which many times led to infection or death. In Germany, alleged witches who were tortured into confession then had hot irons put on their breasts and arms, their right hand cut off, their body burnt at the stake, and their ashes thrown into the river. Most of these accused witches were simply social outcasts the community did not like, the Spanish Inquisition. Just when one thinks it could not possibly get any worse, they encounter the second phase of Inquisition known as the Spanish Inquisition. In the 1480s, many conversos fled to Portugal to escape Inquisition. However, in 1536, the Inquisition found its way even there. In his work, The Grand Inquisitor's Manual, Jonathan Kirsch relays that, quote, Protestants joined the Jewish and Muslim conversos as principal targets of the Spanish Inquisition. In 1533, a priest who was charged with the seduction of a nun sought to appease the inquisitors by offering them the names of 70 men and women whom he denounced as Lutheran heretics. The first Protestant burned for heresy by the Spanish Inquisition went to the stake in 1540, and 26 of the 30 accused heretics at the auto at Toledo in 1559 were Protestants. The procedures of Inquisition at this time were as follows, as developed by the Inquisitors General Thomas D. Torquemada. First, there was accusation. Any civilian could level an accusation of heresy or immorality against another, and it would result in a tribunal. Even if no citizen accused anyone, inquisitors could freely accuse citizens. Abuses crept in since the wealthy were often targeted by inquisitors, since their wealth would be confiscated and go towards funding inquisition. Second, there was detention. Once accused, the person was detained and their property was seized temporarily, depending on the outcome of the tribunal. Detention often lasted months. Families of the detained were not informed, which often resulted in women and children of the family not being able to survive without the man of the house around. Thirdly, after detention came interrogation. The goal was to gain a confession and pass a sentence. There was no intention of convincing the accused of the error of their alleged heresy or immorality. There were many methods of torture used to gain a confession, including the following. There was the garrucha or strappado, which was a suspension system which had ropes, weights, and pulleys. The victim's arms were tied behind their back. They were hoisted in the air, and then they were dropped. They were stopped in midair right before hitting the ground, so that the weights tied to their ankles caused great pain and dislocation. There was also the taka, which was basically waterboarding, where a cloth was put over the victim's mouth and water poured in, resulting in the victim feeling like they were drowning. Also utilized was the potro, or rack. The victim was placed on this device, and their arms and legs were severely stretched, causing excruciating tearing of the muscles and dislocation. In 1591, Pablo Garcia, the secretary of the Suprema in Madrid, wrote instructions on how this torture was to be carried out. He stated, quote,
according to new chronology, the traditional chronology consists of 4 overlapping copies of the true chronology, shifted back in time by significant intervals with some further revisions. Fomenko claims all events and characters conventionally dated earlier than the 11th century are fictional and represent phantom reflections of actual Middle Ages events and characters brought about by intentional or accidental misdatings of historical documents. According to Fomenko, this led early chronologists to believe, or choose to believe, that those accounts allegedly happened thousands of years before. The originals, regrettably, and were conveniently lost. For example, the oldest extant manuscripts of monumental treatises on ancient Roman and Greek history, such as Annius and Histories, are conventionally dated AD 1100, more than a full millennium after the events they describe. They did not come to scholars' attention until the 15th century. According to Fomenko, the 15th century is probably when these documents were first written. Central to Fomenko's new chronology is his claim of the existence of a vast Slav Turk empire, which he called the Russian Horde, which he says played a dominant role in Eurasian history before the 17th century. Various peoples identified in ancient and medieval history, from the Scythians, Huns, Goths, Bulgars, through the Polyan Dalubi, Drevlian Perchenegs, to, in more recent times, the Cossacks, Ukrainians, and Belarusians, are nothing but elements of the single Russian horde. For the new chronologists, peoples such as Ukrainians, Belarusians, Mongols, and others who assert their national independence from Russia are suffering from historical delusion. Fomenko claims that the most probable prototype of the historical Jesus was Andronicus I Komnenos, allegedly AD 1152 to 1185. The emperor of Byzantium, known for his failed reforms, his traits and deeds, reflected in biographies of many real and imaginary persons. The historical Jesus is a composite figure and reflection of the Old Testament prophet Elijah, 850 to 800 BC, ? Pope Gregory VII, 1020, ? 1085, Saint Basil, Caesarea, 330 to 379, and even Li Yuanhao, also known as Emperor Zhengzong, or Son of Heaven, Emperor of Western Qi, who reigned in 1032 to 1048, Euclides, Bacchus, and Dionysus. Fomenko explains the seemingly vast differences in the biographies of these figures as resulting from differences in languages, points to view and time frame of the authors of said accounts and biographies. He claims that the historical Jesus may have been born 1152 and was crucified around 1185 on Joshua's Hill overlooking the Bosphorus. Fomenko also merges the cities and histories of Jerusalem, Rome, and Troy into New Rome, which equals Gospel Jerusalem in the 12th and 13th centuries, which equals Troy, which equals Yoros Castle. To the south of Yoros Castle is Joshua's Hill, which Fomenko alleges is the hill cavalry depicted in the Bible. Fomenko claims the Hagia Sophia is actually the biblical Temple of Solomon. He identifies Solomon as the Sultan of the Sultan of Suleiman the Magnificent, 1494 to 1566. On the other hand, according to Fomenko, the word Rome, in parentheses, is a placeholder and can signify any one of several different cities and kingdoms. He claims the first Rome, or ancient Rome, or Mizraim,
is an ancient Egyptian kingdom in the delta of the Nile, with its capital in Alexandria.
The second and most famous New Rome is Constantinople. The third Rome is constituted by three different cities: Constantinople again, Rome in Italy, and Moscow. According to his claims, Rome in Italy was founded around AD 1380 by Aeneas, and Moscow can refer to different cities at different times. And the word Israel did not define a state, even not a territory, but people fighting for God. For example, French St. Louis and English Elizabeth called themselves the King and Queen of Israel.
He claims the parallelism between John the Baptist, Jesus, the Old Testament prophets, implies that the New Testament was written before the Old. Fomenko claims that the Bible was being written until the Council of Trent, 1543 to 1565, when the list of canonical books was established, and all apocryphal books were ordered to be destroyed. Fomenko also claims that Plato and Plotinus are one and the same person. According to him, some texts by or about Pletho are misdated and believed to be texts by or about Plotinus or Plato. He claims similar duplicates for Dionysius the Areopagite and Dionysius Patavius. He claims Florence and the House of Medici bankrolled an important role in the magnificent Roman and Greek past. Fomenko and his colleagues make numerous claims. Historians and translators often assign different dates for the same accounts in historical events, creating multiple phantom copies, and that these events are often misdated by centuries or even millennia and end up incorporated in conventional chronology. And this chronology was incorporated by Joseph Justus Scaliger in the Evsili Pampili and the Thesaurus Temporum, 1583 and 1606. In his chronology, the events of the New Testaments, Flamenco believes there is no reliable written record of human events before the 11th century, because most of our knowledge of earlier cultures is based on text or copies of text that date from after that era. From that point on, chroniclers, primarily learned religious scholars, use supposition, arbitrary consensus, to fix the dates of key events in history. In doing so, they grafted recent occurrences onto earlier dates, sometimes unwittingly, sometimes perniciously, thus creating numerous historical duplicates. History appears to repeat itself, Flamenco suggests, because it is thoroughly plagiarized. In this chronology, the events of the New Testament precede those of the Old Testament, and in any case, most of the stories are concocted to reflect later incidents. Joan of Arc was a model for the biblical character Deborah. Jesus Christ was crucified in Constantinople in 1086. Ancient Egypt, Rome, and Greece were fashioned by Renaissance writers and artists. The time of the pharaohs, Flamenco suggests, may have lasted into the 1700s. You know, I often wondered that. Aristotle instructed Alexander the Great, who was a czar in Moscow in the 1400s. Early English history, from the accepted names and dates to the apocryphal legends of a post-Roman King Arthur, is actually a carbon copy of 4th century Byzantium, which itself a fiction based on late medieval events. Yeah, but mainstream, you'll never get mainstream to pay attention to that. They'll just poo-poo it like they do everything else. Speaking of carbon, don't bother relying on carbon dating or other scientific chronological methods. Flamenco says they are premised on old dating system and hence thoroughly corrupted. Does this sound uncanny? Well, a little bit, but you know what? I think it hasn't been anywhere near as long as they say it is since our last cataclysm. And for all we know, it could have been 200 or 300 years ago. We really don't know. We only know what we have. And what he's saying is nothing exists after before 1100 AD. So, I mean, it's anybody's guess what could have happened up till then. Crazy. He's a tad nationalistic, though. So, you know, I don't know what's driving his motivation. This version of events is sustainable by hard facts and logic, validated by new astronomical research and statistical analysis of ancient sources. But it's a corrupted cosmology. To a greater extent than everything you may have read and heard about history before. See, this is another example of someone who's a maverick in their field, but taking it for granted that mainstream cosmology is correct. That's why they call it the queen of the sciences. And in short, he argues that Bolderadian copies without an original. We are in a matrix with medieval rules. These rules are explained in the 7-volume corpus by Flamenco, of course. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. The late Russian social critic Alexander Zinoviev provided the foreword to this masterwork. The entire history of humanity up until the 17th century is a forgery of global proportions, he wrote, a falsification as deliberate as it is universal. It sounds insane, and it is derided by most modern scholars as pseudo-history. Orwell's old cliche about control of the past may come as a shock to young first-time readers of 1984, but to chronologists, it's old hat. Historical chronology, wrote the German historian Dietrich Hermann Hegzwitsch in 1854, is necessary to furnish a principle of order and to promote the orderly arrangements of social life. When you get older, you come full circle and you realize that all that don't mean shit. It's better to be home, which is sweet sanctuary. The murkiness of humanity's timeline is an age-old problem. Absent a solution, society itself cannot function. Entire religious schisms turn on how church fathers set the dates for certain biblical events. This stuff is important. Indeed it is. Mainstream cosmology is corrupt. Have a champagne taste and a Kool-Aid pocketbook.
One might wonder why we should want to revise the chronology of ancient history today and base our revision on new empirical statistical methods. It would be worthwhile to remind the reader that in the 16th and 17th century, chronology was considered to be a subdivision of mathematics, archaeological dating, dendrochronological dating, paleographical dating, numismatic dating, carbon dating, and other methods dating of ancient sources and artifacts known today are erroneous, non-exact, or dependent on modern chronology. No single document in existence can be reliably dated earlier than the 11th century. Most ancient artifacts you may find other than consensual explanation. Histories of ancient Rome, Greece, and Egypt were crafted during the Renaissance by humanists and clergy, mostly on the basis of documents of their own making. The Old Testament represents a rendition of events of the 14th to 16th centuries AD in Europe and Byzantium, containing prophecies about future events related in the New Testament, a rendition of events of AD 1152 and 1185. The history of religions runs as follows. The pre-Christian period, before the 11th century, the birth of Jesus. Bacchic Christianity, 11th and 12th centuries, before and after the life of Jesus. Christianity, 12th to 16th centuries, and its subsequent mutations into Orthodox Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, and Islam. The Alchemist of Claudius Ptolemy, traditionally dated to be around AD 150 and considered the cornerstone of classical astronomy, was compiled in the 16th and 17th centuries from astronomical data of the 9th to 16th centuries. 37 complete Egyptian horoscopes found in Dendera, Esna, and other temples have unique valid astronomical solutions, with dates ranging from AD 1000 up to as late as AD 1700. The vocabulary of Egyptian astronomical symbols, once applied to horoscopes from temples, allows for extraction of unique dates of eclipses. Astronomical data therein contained is sufficient for unique dating. There are symbols allowing for astronomical interpretations, and the symbols do not change from one temple horoscope to another. The horoscopes from temples sufficient contain data about eclipses visible, eclipses visible in Egypt, allowing their exact pinpointing of the time axis. The Book of Revelation, as we know it, contains a horoscope dated to 25th September, 10th of October, 1486, compiled by Kabbalist
Johannes Reuchlin.
Bizarre phraseology which NASA has never satisfactorily explained. One of the most obvious and most heard euphemisms, of course, is the eagle has landed, and everyone associated that with the eagle symbol of America. But in fact, the eagle is a Masonic symbol, because it is really, what is being referred to is really the double eagle of Freemasonry and not the bald eagle of America. The double eagle is a very famous symbol of Freemasonry. It was originally the emblem of the Habsburg dynasty of Europe, a very powerful set of oligarchs and royalty that still exist and are responsible for innumerable wars and dynastic rivalries. Now in the Quran, chapter 9:11 no less, it says, "For it is written that a son of Arabia would awaken a fearsome eagle. The wrath of the eagle will be felt throughout the lands of Allah."
AG
Ages and Chaos, Emanuel Velikovsky. Velikovsky claimed in his book that the historians of ancient Egypt and ancient Israel are 5 centuries out of step. He began by claiming that the Exodus took place not, as Orthodoxy has it, at some point during the New Kingdom, but at the fall of the Middle Kingdom. He identifies the Hyksos with the biblical Amalekites, the biblical Queen of Sheba with the Egyptian Queen Hatshepsut, the biblical Shishak, king of Egypt, with Pharaoh Tutmosis III, and claims that the Egyptian Amarna letters from the late 18th dynasty describe events from the kingdom of Israel and Judah, roughly the time of King Ahab. Some specific proposals included there's synchronizing the Ipuwer papyrus from the beginning of Egypt's second intermediate period with the biblical Exodus. The Ipuwer papyrus was conventionally dated to approximately 350 years before the conventional date of the Exodus, 1450 BCE.
There are those that say Akhenaten was Moses. The words Moses and Moses are awful close, and I think that might have been more of a title. I don't know, but if Akhenaten was Moses, it would make perfect sense.
The concept of alter egos, historical figures who were known by different names in 2 different sources, Egyptian and Greek, and were conventionally considered to be entirely different people living in different centuries, but were proposed by Velikovsky to be actually erroneously dated accounts of the same individuals and events. Hatshepsut equals the Queen of Sheba. Solomon's kingdom equals the land of Punt. Tutmosis III equals King Shishak, who sacked Jerusalem. Separating Horemheb and the 19th dynasty pharaohs from the earlier 18th dynasty pharaohs instead of the 22nd through 25th dynasties followed upon the earlier part of the 18th, leading down to the Assyrian invasions of the early 7th century BCE. So Velikovsky was saying this in 1945. Be wary of mathematicians, especially when they tell the truth. St. Augustine. He who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Orwell. According to sources, the imperial cult were the bigwigs, or movers and shakers of the day. They had ceremonies. They had many centers that later transformed into the Christian cult. After the change of dynasties, they felt the need to create their own mythology. They did it through the writing of the Gospels, and they deified Titus, the Roman emperor. The theological structure in the Gospels is the same one that was presented to the Roman Senate. Titus was declared the Son of God. The Arch of Titus, that still stands today, is inscribed to the divine Titus, Son of God. They spread their propaganda using the media of the day, the roads of Rome. The richest family in the world at the time, the Alexanders, funded this campaign. Who were the Alexanders? They were a Jewish family that served as tax collectors in Egypt. One of the members of the Alexander family was Philo of Alexandria, who was writing and combining Jewish beliefs as well as Roman and Greek pagan beliefs of the day. The symbols of paganism were transferred into the church. For example, the title of the chief pontiff of Rome was transferred into the Roman Catholic Church. In this mess, history, mostly false events, unimportant, brought about by rulers, mostly knaves, and soldiers, mostly fools. Not until lions have their historian. Tale of the hunt will always favor the hunter. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Epistemology and justice. Sacred is deathless. Once a person stands for something, he will create enemies. To be violent and arrogant, one must be ignorant of the universe. Messed up. Situation normal, all bleeped up. Or foobar.
practicing that move.
So when the papal forces came here to invade, they were operating under the doctrine of discovery, which stated that the number 13 was the number of the devil, and that all mathematics not endorsed by the church was officially devil worship. So according to that doctrine, unfortunately, all Native American civilization was declared satanic, and the conquerors were given the right to slaughter every Native American they knew who could count.
Always been old maps, and there's always been a history of our planet that's been hidden.
I've come to the conclusion after many, many years of research that we're not simply dealing with UFOs. That's a small thing. If that had been the whole story, our government would probably have told us this a long time ago.
And for whatever reason, there are those who have their own intent to keep mysteries from the people. And this is why I feel the earth is all out of whack and people are out of whack, because the power of what we live on and who we are and our heritage is not being spoken of.
Some intelligences, some advanced, I mean very advanced intelligences that appear to have multidimensional source, origin. Now, I can't even tell you what the hell that means. Same single story is told again and again and again. We are a created hybrid race. We are the product of some vast laboratory of some kind, and that apparently the human race is not an accident. We're not some cosmic joke. We didn't just happen. The Darwinian theory of how we evolved from the apes doesn't even begin to hold water. I no longer investigate UFOs landing. I no longer investigate abductions, contacts, landing marks, and any of that. I have files that are filled with this kind of information.
When we as human beings think, where did it all start from? I don't think there's a single human being who can scientifically prove and say this was the case. We have hypotheses and we have a right to think whatever we want. But the main thing is that we realize that we are spirits, we are energy.
This involves who we are as a race, as a species. How did we get here? Why are we here? And where are we going?
And you go into the Southwest, those tribes down there have had 400 years or more contact with the Spanish church. They've even picked up skinwalkers, they picked up evil spirits. We don't have a devil, we don't have it. But we don't have this force because our concept of the Creator doesn't make such a thing. I've never seen a devil. I don't care if the white man believes in it. That's what the white man believes in. That doesn't mean that I have to believe in it. I believe in what I see. Have I ever seen the Creator? I've never seen the Creator directly. I don't expect to. But I see every day what the Creator makes. I can pick up a bouquet of flowers and hold that bouquet of flowers, and I know the Great Spirit is kind and is very artistic. Bees come and sniff the flowers. They make honey. Birds sing. Those are all beautiful expressions of this Creator. So the Great Spirit gave me my life. Why should I fear it? I live because of the Creator. So I don't fear Creator, I don't fear evil spirits, and yet we have contact into the spirit world. And that is what is powerful.
All the evil deeds that have been done throughout the past is puzzling to me. Human beings are the only beings that know we're going to die on Earth. Yet they show no concern at all for what kind of legacy they leave. People are smart. They figure things out. They should know that. I guess what would be the worst thing for me would be what kind of legacy I left. I would think that these people being in the positions they were in would think the same thing. They thought nothing of life at all. That's puzzling. I was raised by a Christian mother and Christian father. I never saw anything like that. It was all, peace and love and all that. But man, what an ugly past it comes from. Once one thing opens your eyes, then everything becomes suspect. And then they start dropping like flies. In all my life, I've only seen one leader in history that cared about what kind of legacy he left. Kennedy was president, America was loved all over the world. It sure isn't like that anymore. What happened? I made this video over a year ago, so I tried to leave it in as much of its original form as I could. After this day, he said, we'll never have another day like this again. And he was right.
All free men, wherever they may live, are citizens of Berlin. And therefore, as a free man, I take pride in the words, Ich bin ein Berliner.
Newton comes up with the only explanation he can think of, given the knowledge he has. As knowledge is acquired, better information is available, and more realistic explanations can be offered. If this is an electric discharge crater, we live in an electric universe. And again, the sun is not a giant nuclear reactor. It's basically a ball of electricity. It's not actually that hot, close to about 6,000 degrees. It's not very hot, because if it was, the closer you got to it, the hotter you would get, and you don't. It is powerful, it's a huge thing, the sun, but if it's an electric universe we live in, the whole of celestial mechanics needs to be rethought. This was one of the points that Velikovsky came up with.
And I stopped this book with the catastrophe that divides the Bronze Age from the Iron Age. If you believe in a Greek Dark Age, you know that the Bronze Age comes to an end around 1100 BCE. If you don't believe in it, as I do not, it ends around 600 BCE. And if you are a nerd for stratigraphy, it may even end later, like 400, 350 BCE. Anyway, it will end before the first millennium AD, after Christ CE, whatever you prefer to call it. And I have to say today that the major flaw of this book was ending in the first millennium BCE and not looking carefully enough at the first millennium AD. Of course, I was aware of the crises in the first millennium hitting the Roman Empire, but I belonged to those who wrote about these crises as caused by demographical or by economical factors. This was the major flaw of thinking at that time, and I try to remedy this today. I worked on the problems of the first millennium AD since around 65 months, and we will look at the events that took place there right away. We start with a summary made by Wolf Liebeschütz. Now, if you start doubting that we are dealing with three different strikes with very little overlap, if you believe it may have been just a single strike, of course you are confronted with chronology. The strikes are divided over 700 years, and to imagine the three strikes as just one will force you to cut 700 years out of the first millennium. This sounds bizarre, it sounds just impossible. So when I started to understand the chronology of the first millennium, what struck me most is that from antiquity, 1st to 3rd century, to late antiquity, 4th to 6th century, and then to the early Middle Ages, 8th to 10th century, you always have the same architecture, the same Roman basilica architecture. There is no evolution whatsoever in the arts, in the sciences, in the architecture, as I said, and moreover in the language too. Latin of the 2nd century is indistinguishable from Latin of the 9th century. So it's very strange, because before antiquity and after the early Middle Ages, you have evolution, you have changes. Within the periods, you have evolution. But between the periods, you have a standstill of cultural evolution that just appears to be absolutely impossible. So what to do? You ask yourself, is there any side in Europe or in the Near East, is there any side where you have traces of these 3 steps of civilization? Antiquity, late antiquity, early antiquity. If you have them anywhere superimposed on top of each other, you have a stratum for antiquity, one from late antiquity, and one for the early Middle Ages, superimposed on each other. So when you have the 10th century, you dig down and you find the 5th century or 6th century, and you dig down and you find the 2nd and 3rd century, always with this type of architecture. If you look for such a site, the selection is immense. So we know about 5,000 Roman towns and cities, 20 to 25,000 large agricultural estates, Villa Rustica. And further east, we know about at least 5,000 Cherniakhov sites. They are outside of the empire, they are located about here. So we are looking at least 35,000 sites to find those that have these 3 periods, antiquity, late antiquity, and the early Middle Ages superimposed on each other. And when I started looking, I thought there would be thousands. Then I thought there would be hundreds, and then I thought there would be maybe 50. Now I know there is not a single such site.
Tell us about that word, Michael.
Yeah, it may be nothing, but when you're into pattern recognition and the symbolism, you got to keep your eyes sharpened. Like I said, it may be nothing, but the very fact that Buckingham has the word buck in it, a buck is a male deer.
Yeah, there you go.
But even if you don't buy into that, the very design of Buckingham Palace is identical to Washington, D.C., and it has the pyramid motif, the shape, the structure of the geomancy. It's absolutely pyramidical in nature. The whole thing is riddled with symbolism. On the gates, even, on the gates of Buckingham Palace, you find the lion and the unicorn, which of course everyone knows is the Queen's standard, right? The British standard.
Right.
We've identified that the lion, which you see on the top of the left-hand pillar there, is the symbol of the old Latinists.
Mm-hmm.
But the unicorn, which is on the extreme right there,
the other side,
that is the symbol of the Ephraim. In biblical terms, it's the symbol of Ephraim.
Mm-hmm.
But the house of Ephraim is nothing more than the Levites who serve the Atnas. Remember we said it's always it's a bipartisan thing going on here?
Yeah.
There's a double up of groups. So the Atnas are the elite. The Atnas are the oligarchs, right?
Yeah.
But they are very, very, very few in number, man. They need their arms and legs. They need their mercenaries. They need their lieutenants. They need their menials. When you see the unicorn, the pale white unicorn, that represents their lieutenants.
Good to know.
I'll be going into this. I go into this in the DVD, and it shows the origin of all of these symbols. But just the fact that it's laid out as identical to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol building and the White House, shows you who's running England. I mean, not who's running England, who's running America.
Well, there you go, exactly. I'm drawn back to, we don't have that image right now, but the image where the Queen is actually more centered, so to speak, almost taking the throne up there when Bush and Laura Bush is up there waving their hands. Do you see that?
Absolutely.
When the Queen is taking the center stage there, it's like
absolutely
who's in control here.
Here you have Britannia.
Yeah.
Britannia is it's a long story behind Britannia. I have a chapter on the role of the goddess in Volume 1. But Baratana or Britannia goes originally back to Dana and to Bridget, right? The old megalithic goddesses of Ireland.
Ah.
Actually, what you're really seeing there is argh, and in Sweden she's called Svea.
Svea, right? Yeah.
After whom, obviously is your country's named after.
Yeah.
The trident is also of Atlantis, because the megalithic people were Atlanteans, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have the shield of Britain, you have the maritime symbolism behind her, and you've got the lion of the pharaohs.
What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana, enforced on the world by American weapons of war. Not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time. I speak of peace, therefore, as the necessary, rational end of rational men. I realize the pursuit of peace is not as dramatic as the pursuit of war, and frequently the words of the pursuers fall on deaf ears, but we have no more urgent task. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man, and man can be as big as he wants. No problem of human destiny is beyond human beings. Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable, and we believe they can do it again. And if we cannot end now our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal.
Say about life. You gotta get together. Tell yourself stories that violate every law of the universe. Just to get through the goddamn day. What's that say about your reality, Marty?
When you get to talking like this, you sound panicked.
You figure it's all a scam, huh? All them folks? They just wrong.
Oh, yeah. Been that way since one monkey looked at the sun and told the other monkey, he said, for you to give me your fucking share. People.
Missing.
Prehistoric Michigan's 500 million pounds of copper. Approximately 9,000 years ago, the Great Lakes achieved their current definition. Water levels would have been high near the time of the final glacier melt, enabling human travel along ancient trade routes. Soil conditions indicate that at one time the Wisconsin River was several miles wide in the center part of the state. And the escarpment of Door County as an ancient shoreline proves examples of this. Across Green Bay, 7,000 years ago, near present Oconto, Wisconsin, people lived and comprised a period of prehistory archaeologists call the Old Copper Culture. Artifacts from this ancient civilization contribute to understand the truly wide-ranging influences of early man. Found at the Oconto site were freshwater clam shells, indicative of the Mississippi River, and a shell representative of the southern Atlantic coastline. Yet, it is copper for which this culture is known. Its people may have been the earliest metalsmiths in the world, working for the first time with the first malleable mineral known to mankind. They fashioned arrowheads and bracelets and other tools and ornaments, but copper, like shells, was not native to either Green Bay or Lake Michigan. The only area along the major waterways of North America where copper is found is the Lake Superior region, some of the oldest land on Earth. It yielded vast quantities of copper, both in ancient as well as in modern times. Records made over 12 years at the turn of the century reveal that 2.5 million tons of copper passed through the Sioux Locks. A value of, in 1898 dollars, of $550 million. Yet beneath each and every modern copper mine was an ancient pit mine. The old copper culture and its trade partners established a precedent worthy of continuing inquiry. Research of the historical accounts from modern times, many originating late in the 1800s, yields a summary and cross-reference. Although today's archaeology community is in disagreement and debate regarding some of the early reports, it cannot deny the magnitude of discoveries made by our pioneering forefathers. Michigan's most ancient industry, the prehistoric mines, and the miners of Isle Royale. Some brief history on the state of Michigan. Some of these names might sound familiar to you. A book privately published and now out of print, Prehistoric Copper Mining in the Lake Superior region, by Professors D. Temple and Dreyer, provide a collection of various reference articles. A synopsis of recent history was given in the Mining Gazette of Houghton, Michigan, on September 7, 1929, by Professor James Fisher of the Michigan College of Mining and Technology. 1536, Jacques Cartier sailed through the St. Lawrence to Montreal. He reported the natives told him of vast seas of fresh water to the west and great hills of copper, but he did not push forward. 1636, 100 years later, Lagarde published a hearsay account in Paris from statements made by the Indians. 1659 to 1660, Jesuit relations reported the Ojibwa had only a few crude utensils, but most copper was in the form of nuggets, which the Indians worshipped and held in veneration. In other words, they're not armed, so it's okay to go in there and take it. Wink, wink. 1666 to 1667, Father Claude Elouez, I hope I didn't butcher that, but was the first white man to see Michigan copper. His reports in Jesuit Relations 1632 to 1673 attracted earliest attention. Why couldn't it be just the first man or European man? Why does it have to be white man? You see, that's race baiting right there, subconsciously, into the whole whites are evil thing, when it's just bad people, period. To the Great Lakes area, in a religious colleague, Monsignor de Tracy, he renamed the lake Lac Tracy of Superior.
Also in collaboration with Father Marquette, he later published the first map of Lake Superior and the northern portions of Lake Huron and Lake Michigan waterways. Well, he did some riding if he did Michigan and Huron, because they're on the opposite sides of the state. In 1763, Alexander Henry, an adventurous Englishman, wrote firsthand about copper in the Ontonagon, Michigan region. He described a 100-pound chunk he had cut off with his axe from a single mass of copper. This same year, after the French and Indian War, the Treaty of Paris gave the British control of these lands. In 1770, one of the first mining companies, organized for what was thought to be a new discovery of copper, was established in London, with the King of England as an officer. In 1783, at the close of the Revolutionary War, another Treaty of Paris established the boundary between
Great Britain, Canada, and the United States.
This line ran through the middle of Lake Ontario, Erie, Huron, and their connecting waterways. One member of the Boundary Commission, Benjamin Franklin, heard of the mineral wealth of the Lake Superior region. Deflecting his pencil to the north of the middle line drawn through Lake Superior, upon the crude map he determined the division of land included the large island of Royale as a possession of the United States.
We could have been Canadians by the stroke of a pencil.
1796, the British flag was finally lowered because of long delays in communication and a reluctance of the military contingent to turn over its authority.
How did the Jesuits get there before anybody else? And just who are these Jesuits? We're going to look them up. I want to find out. I hear that name all throughout history, the Jesuit.
1800, Congress passed a resolution appointing an agent to collect information regarding the copper lines of the Michigan Superior region, including Isle Royale.
I bet he did. Oh, gee, I can't see the point in that.
1843, the Ontonagon boulder was shipped to the Smithsonian Institute, where it still resides. The pure copper boulder weighed 3,708 pounds when shipped, but reports speculated it had been reduced in size during prehistory by moles removing large chunks. The report on the geology and topography of a portion of Lake Superior Land District in the state of Michigan explains in detail how one large copper mass was discovered by Samuel O. Knapp, the agent of the Minnesota Mining Company.
Apparently a pit
26 feet deep, filled with clay and matted mass of moldering vegetable matter. Copper mass was 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, and nearly 2 feet thick, and weighing over 6 tons. On digging around it, the mass was found to rest on billets of oak, supported by sleepers of the same material, dark-colored, lost all its consistency. A knife blade may be thrust into it as easily as into a peat bog. The ancient miners had evidently raised it above 5 feet, and then abandoned the work as too laborious. Other 5,000 and 6,000 pound masses were found on similar crib work. The largest mass of copper in the world to date was discovered in 1856, 46 feet long. Its greatest thickness was over 8 feet. The approximate weight was 500 tons, or 1 million pounds. And they found these huge, large chunks of copper in Michigan. A 5,000-pound chunk. Jeez. Today, Smithsonian Institution spokesman may not agree for politically correct reasons, but after the study of its researchers a century ago, they concluded that a civilization of a higher order than the Native American was responsible for the ancient copper mining. They pointed vaguely to half-formed notions of the mound builders, but there were no artifacts, no bones, no dead left in the Lake Superior region. And while the formal burial mounds of the old copper culture near Oconto to the cubic acres, even cubic miles of rock that were removed from the ancient mine sites. Only infinitesimal amounts of the mineral were found near Oconto. As more and more discoveries were being registered in the mid-1800s, a general consensus of opinion began to emerge that another race, distinct from the Indians, who knew little of the mines, must have been responsible for the prehistoric enterprise. Quite literally, many tons of copper are missing. As the old copper culture flourished, trade routes along the waterways of Green Bay and Lake Michigan and the world were being established. When Christopher Columbus arrived in America, the aboriginal inhabitants of what is now the United States made only slight use of copper. They were entirely unfamiliar with bronze or brass alloys of copper. However, southward down the Mississippi Valley across the Gulf into Mexico, Central and South America, extensive use of copper was made by the Aztecs, Incas, and Toltecs. Along the old copper culture, other societies used copper for purposes other than fishing hooks and arrowheads. Copper artwork has been found in most of America's prehistoric sites, including Aztalan in southern Wisconsin, Etowah in Georgia, Spiro in Oklahoma, Grove Creek in Ohio, Angel Mounds in Indiana, and Yucatan, Mexico. In the Upper Peninsula, the tremendous magnitude of the ancient mining's waste product, the ancient stone mauls used to separate mineral from rock, bring question just how much copper could have been removed after 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. At one ancient mining site of just a few square miles, it is estimated that these stone mauls would have filled 10 wagons and weighed 1,000 tons. Around the stone mauls are artificial grooves where these tools would have been tied to a handle. These grooves were nearly obliterated on the upper side, while the lower side presented a comparatively fresh appearance because of less exposure to rains and the general atmosphere over a very long period of time. Examination in the late 19th century revealed that the ancient pits were crowded with debris, leaves, trees, a hemlock cut down, per report from 1850. A hemlock cut down had 395 rings, as counted by Mr. Knapp. Upon excavation, ancient stone mauls were discovered entwined in the roots. Extraction of copper from the ore in which it was embedded was accomplished by spalling, that is, heating the rock intensely, then dousing it with cold water. The rock would crack, thereby freeing the pure copper. In addition, the stone mauls were found at the bottom of many pits was charcoal, evidence of past fires from the spalling technique. Radioactive decay of carbon at established rates allows dating of ancient artifacts by radiometric age dating. In the 1950s, radiocarbon dating of charcoal found at the bottom of several pits showed that they had been worked 3,800 years ago, plus or minus 300 years, using bounds from the mounds of the old copper culture, the oldest known cemetery in America. This date was exceeded by 3,700 years, back to 5,500 BC, with a similar margin of several hundred years.
Mankind has always been industrious. The ancient copper mines may be the first evidence that humans could establish industrial organizations. An engineer working at one mine site 100 years ago was asked if he could estimate how many men worked at this particular ancient site and for how long. The next day, after considering the question in some detail, the engineer replied, giving the mining methods of the ancients, the transportation of stone mails, the cutting of wood for hewing the rock, provision of food for the miners in an area of only a few square miles, the ancient workings represented the efforts of 10,000 people working for more than 1,000 years. Cross-referencing with another opinion offers 30,000 prehistoric miners engaged for 500 years, removing between 30 and 50 million tons of copper. Questions continue to arise, because even the smaller amount here is 3 times more than the amount mined in modern times during 100 years. Additional professional reports from the early mining enterprise from the early 1900s described it as a colossal magnitude, of extraordinary as in almost exceeding belief. Along the waterways of the old copper culture stands out for all it represents. Some very old Indian legends do mention that a white race was driven out of their homes and their territories far back in their history. It is here science stops and conjecture continues. This shadowy, prehistoric Copper Age civilization as proof that great copper mining engineers flourished in ancient America.
I might have one more, but I'm getting tired and I gotta come back tomorrow. So I got some work to do. Thanks for watching.
It seems the more you research into this, the more evidence you get. There's also more evidence and information being bestowed upon the public as like never before. One thing seems obvious to me. The Spaniards, when they came into South America, killed and burned their way up all the way to Michigan. And these Jesuits, the ones reporting on all the goodies that are there. The French and the British just seem to have followed suit and did it the way the Spanish did it. If they could have somehow managed to do it peacefully without superstition getting in the way and religion, the world would be in a much better place, and we would most likely know our true history. Or if we found a way to time travel, we could always go back in time with a couple of Apache helicopters.
And you're clear whenever you're ready. Good line of sight. There you go. You're in zoom already, and whenever you're ready, you're clear. Sorry, Roger. Good impact. Good impact. Target destroyed. Roger.
To help the Indians, seeing as how they're named after them anyway. Seems like they just came right up in there and under the guise of the Christian cross, used it for their own demented means. Explorer seemed like a scout to just go ahead and size the area up and see what it would take to conquer it. Then comes back with his report, and then the army goes in there with their priests so that they can sanction it all by the church while they burn and kill and try to destroy all evidence. Something really crazy was going down back then. You know, it's not even things that we could comprehend for a regular person, but power and control has been the main motive, the main thrust of it all for pretty much everything that I've looked into so far.
And profit.
It's a trend. This is just another page in a very thick book. An ancient civilization flourished on the earth, and it was international. That seems to be almost a given when you look at all the evidence. For some 1,800 years, beginning abruptly 3000 BC, some industrious peoples mined ore equivalent to 500,000 tons of copper from Michigan's Isle Royale and Keweenaw Peninsula. Who were these mysterious miners? And what happened to all that copper? It certainly hasn't been found in the relics of North American Indians. And where was the ore smelted? About all the unidentified miners left behind are some of the crude tools they used to pound out chunks of ore from their pit mines. 5,000 pit mines on Isle Royale alone. Outside of some cairns and slab rock ruins, there is little to help pin down these miners. Mainstream archaeologists attribute all these immense labors to a North American copper culture, certainly not to the copper-hungry visitors from foreign shores. Admittedly, many copper artifacts have been dug up from North American mounds, but only a tiny fraction of the metal the Michigan mines must have yielded. Curiously, North American Indian mounds have contained copper sheets made in the shape of an animal hide, called reels. Their function, if any, is unknown. The reels do, however, resemble oddly shaped copper ingots common in the European Bronze Age commerce. Their peculiar shape earned these ingots the name oxides. They have been found in Bronze Age shipwrecks and are even said to be portrayed in wall paintings in Egyptian tombs. The standardized hide-like shape, with its 4 convenient handles, was useful in carrying and stacking the heavy ingots. Could the reels from the North American mounds have been copied from the oxides? It is tempting to speculate that the copper culture miners were actually Europeans, or perhaps Native Americans employed or enslaved by Europeans. An omen of future, more devastating invasions. Anyway, there was a point in time where man just became neurotic and obsessed with power. That's where we find ourselves today.
Seem to be plenty of clues. I don't know, what do you think about this? It seems to me for quite a long time now we've been surmising and hypothesizing about the ancient Egyptians having electric power. I remember talking about the Jeb pillar in previous videos, reminding me of some kind of an electrode. It sure does look electric. So let's start off with what we know and do our best to analyze it with the information that we have. It is known the electric catfish of the Nile was known by the ancient Egyptians, which certainly could have given them the concept of electric charge. And it's been promulgated that the Great Pyramid was an electric powerhouse of some kind. And pretty much most of us should already know or have heard about the Baghdad Battery, an ancient electric cell battery found near modern-day Baghdad, Iraq, by a German archaeologist in 1936. One of the most interesting and highly debated artifacts of the Baghdad Museum in Iraq is a clay pottery. It stands about 5 to 6 inches high, encapsulates a copper cylinder suspended in the center of this cylinder, but not touching it is an iron rod to be filled with vinegar or wine. And this would make a cell more than a battery, and if you put all of them together, then you get battery. The term battery mostly means a battery of cells, like an artillery battery. According to Brian Forrester, the ancient Egyptians indeed knew about electricity and utilized it to the maximum benefit, which wouldn't surprise me a bit. The Jeb pillar is performing the same function as a Tesla tower or coil.
It's being shown. You can touch it. But here, the giants here are the ancient Cometians. They're being depicted as giants. Now, we'd say to people, is it symbolic or is it actual? Why does it have to be either or? Why can it not be both? They could have been giants, but giants of mind. Okay, they're both. This shows a knowledge of electricity that was there. Why, if it's symbolic, do you have a wire being plugged into a box?
I thought that was...
Of course. And this is the backbone of Osiris. The Jed pillar, Jed pillar, where they come to the name, used in Arabic today in Egypt, Jeddah means grandpa, papa.
Well, you know, I remember Neil Thompson said that he thinks the ancients in Egypt worshipped the great electricity. And there's all kinds of clue that they were indeed using electricity from the ceilings of the Serapeum and the Great Pyramids. There are no scorch marks from having torches. They had to have some kind of an electric power that they were using. And speaking of the Serapeum,
That is one giant crazy place. The more you learn about it, the crazier it gets. Just in case you don't know about the Serapeum of Saqqara, I'll give you a refresher or a brief synopsis. The Serapeum of Saqqara was the ancient Egyptian burial place for sacred bulls of the Apis cult at Memphis. It was believed the bulls were incarnations of the god Ptah, which would become immortal after death as Osiris Apis, a name which evolved to Usahapi. What a name to have. I mean, who could have a name better than Usahapi in the Hellenistic period? It has these vaults with these huge lids on them that weigh about 50 tons. And it is a complete mystery how these giant vault-like tombs got inside these dugout rooms. How those huge granite boxes with the lids so big it would take 200 people to move could have been maneuvered inside of those tiny little rooms is beyond me. Inside these little vaults that looks like they were carved right out of the bedrock. What in the world could they have done that with? And it's very clean, too. Then they somehow squeezed them giant vaults into these tiny rooms. According to Brian Forster, when they were discovered in the 19th century, there were humanoids inside of them. They must have had some kind of tools. It would be difficult to imagine how such a thing could be accomplished with doldrite hammer and a copper chisel. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. It just seems highly unlikely to me. What do you think? This image reminds me of Dracula's lair. Now, it's said that the Egyptians made ornate carvings of just about every creature imaginable. Things like crocodiles and even insects and birds. To look at it, one might not think that the Saqqara bird is anything out of the ordinary, until it is looked at by an aerodynamics expert, to which they would say that the design is aerodynamically perfect. Is it possible that it's not a bird at all? It doesn't have feathers and has a tail like an airplane. The carving was found in a tomb in Saqqara toward the end of the 19th century. It is said to be about 2,200 years old. Some believe it's an out-of-place object due to its tail design. Plus, the thin wings are more reminiscent of an aircraft than a bird. And like I said, there are no feathers. So is it a hawk or is it a glider? The Saqqara bird. And also in Saqqara is the Saqqara disc. Well, you had the Saqqara bird, and now you have the Saqqara disc. It's also called the schist disc. It was found in the 1930s. Most people are struck by the same thought when they first see it, that it's a steering wheel for a car, made 5,000 years before the first car. It also presents the problem that the wheel-shaped disc is much older than the invention of the wheel. The disc is made from a delicate, particular kind of rock, and it only 1 inch thick. If it was dropped, it would shatter like glass. What was its purpose? Nobody knows. Alternative ideas range from a fancy candlestick holder, but no other holders have been found that even closely resemble the schist disc. Its purpose is unknown. Now, what this gentleman says in this particular video, you'll find linked in the description. He says that the text with the hieroglyphs reads that they had control of a great power, and that great power could be abused. And it was a warning to those who have the ability to control that power. And of course, the power is electricity. I found that quite interesting. As for the electric question, it really depends on how many coincidences you are willing to accept and not think something of it. Okay, so you got the images at Abydos. All right, It's a coincidence, all right? Then you got the gigantic tombs that were said by locals to have one time housed giant humanoid Serapeum in Saqqara. Another coincidence, you got the Great Pyramid, that they would have a very hard time building it even today with machinery. Another coincidence, there's three right there. You have hieroglyphs with them walking around carrying the giant light bulbs. That's a coincidence. See, it's just too many coincidences. That's just what I think. I'm told that the snake in the middle symbolizes electricity. You have all of the big skulls from Peru, and there were in Egypt too. I mean, check out this fella. I mean, he's a dandy. I bet he was popular in his time. It really makes one think that something was going on in our deep past that we have no clue of. They had some kind of technology going on. They've left their calling card all over the world. The underground cities, all of the references to electricity. It seems something had to have been going on. And for some reason, it either has something to do with Mars. Cairo just happens to mean Mars. Or the moon, which is strange in itself. It's said that Thoth and Adam came from the moon, but it's never been explained any further than just that. What's up with that? What is that supposed to mean? So I found out that the Jed pillar is Jeddah. Sounds similar to Jedi, doesn't it? Which means grandfather, or backbone of Osiris, or Kundalini. The force, the electric force, is with us. For sure. The whole universe is about being electric. The ancient Egyptians seemed to know this. And from the wonderful video I have linked in the description from Ryan Forrester, he says in it that the texts tell the story, and the texts say that the knowledge of the great energy can be abused. Most archaeologists with mainstream wouldn't dare such a thing. They're forbidden, or they'll be out of the gravy train loop. But it was actually Benjamin Franklin who discovered electricity. When he flew his historic kite, he was known to have been quoted as saying, "The sky is electric." Ben was kind of a rock star of his day. He hung out in Paris during the Revolution, trying to get France's help in fighting the British, and the French were quite smitten with him. He took to wearing a raccoon skin cap. It became such a fuss, all the Parisians had to have one. So he sent to America for as many coonskin caps that they could make and send there. He was known to be a bit of a partier, liked to burn at both ends, and it's even said he was a bit of a womanizer. But at least he was an honest scientist. For that, I have to say that I respect and admire old Ben. What do you think to the thought that the ancients in Egypt built all that stuff, and the Egyptians just kind of came in and homesteaded on it? I think it's very possible that something very unusual and majestic took place all over the world at one time, and the peoples who came in afterward are the ones getting the credit. That it wasn't the ancient Egyptians. It was probably the ancients in Egypt before the Egyptians. Just my guess. What's yours? I'm interested to know. Their hieroglyphics show them working with electricity everywhere. It's beginning to look like another race of beings, humanoids, not human, possibly inhabited ancient Egypt, and they were a very intelligent race of beings. Like I have said many times before, at one time on this planet there were a race of geniuses that were living on the earth. A Jeb pillar to me always resembled electricity, coupled with the fact that we've been getting teased by their hieroglyphics since they were carved, or since they were discovered, I guess I should say, that they were up to something with high tech. There's the mainstream Egyptology seems to be completely left-brained on the matter, even though these people drew images, these magnificent giant light bulbs in their hieroglyphics take it as some kind of symbolism for the lotus flower, was what I heard it symbolizes to them. But really, if you just look at the picture, it shows what could be a giant holding these giant light bulbs, and they're plugged in. They're plugged in to a Jeb pillar.
Yeah, ancient Egypt is always amazing to me. It's never-ending mystery, just like the moon.
Now I have to say, when I learned about this next artifact, my mind was blown, but it got double blown. If you didn't know about the Colgant disc, then prepare to have your mind blown. Because I didn't know this thing existed until just recently, and I'm still marveling over it. This is what it is. It is an artifact. Colgant disc is said to be a model of our galaxy. What? And this is where I got my mind blown the first time. How can an ancient artifact be a model of our galaxy? But here's the kicker. It's got a hole right where the sun should be. And whoever put it there knew that the sun is not in the arms of the galaxy, but it's on a spur. If they didn't have telescopes and weren't spacefaring, how could they have possibly known that? Was it just a good guess? Now it's twice. That's double mind blown. How could anyone figure any of this out thousands of years ago? Some ancient artifacts are truly puzzling. Like this one, it blew my mind. It's a mind blower, because I didn't know about it before. 2,000-year-old Disco Colgant is an object that was produced for unknown reasons, or at least it seems so to us, modern humans. Was it an ancient tool, a high-tech device, ritual artifact? Or does it offer evidence of our ancestors' vast knowledge of astronomy? And, well, let's just call it what it is. It looks like a model of the Milky Way galaxy. There's even a dot where the sun should be. Isn't that interesting? Who made the Disco Colgant and why? It may just be a coincidence, of course, but the Disco Colgant makes us easily think this is a graphic representation of the Milky Way, or perhaps some other galaxy. But modern astronomers know the majority of spiral galaxies contain a central bulge surrounded by a flat rotating disk of stars. Not really too much on this thing, but what else could it be? Which, goes right back to the original argument of the super geniuses that were spacefaring. How could they not have been if they're drawing star maps of the galaxy that looks just like the Milky Way? I'm not saying it's that, but that's what it looks like to me. That's it. But, we just throw things in the big mystery bag and never have to deal with them. What even can be an explanation for a thing like that that's not the obvious? Now, I often like to look up at the moon and muse about what's there, but what about this? If there's one place in this solar system that is as enigmatic or crazy as ancient Egypt, it's the moon. There have been stories of NASA hiding things on the moon. Story of aliens parked on the side of a crater watching the moon landing. There is a picture of what looks like a satellite dish on the moon, a cooling tower, buildings. Tell me what you make of this little video here. It sure does look like it could be real. Now this brief video is a set of interesting images put together. It looks like a moon being just having a look what's going on in his backyard, I guess. To me, like, it would be hard to fake that, but I'm not saying it's real. It's probably just a really good fake. Apollo 11, that allegedly captured this footage of a moon being undeniably proving life on other planets. But what are the odds? Just like everything, you have to sort the wheat from the chaff. Unfortunately, when it comes to the moon, it's mostly chaff. But there is something freaky about it, isn't there? Oh, and mustn't forget, here's what looks like a TR-3B taking a break on the lunar surface. I can't make this up, folks. It's 400 times smaller than the sun, but 400 times closer, and it completely covers the sun in an eclipse. I wonder what the odds for that would be. There is also the crazy blue Aristarchus crater. Why does it look geometrically shaped? Why does it look like it has a face? Is that all pareidolia? It's been so long since I used it. Lest we forget the CP-30 head found on a crater by Apollo 17 astronaut. Now, I don't know what to think of this. I know it comes from Richard Hoagland and Mike Barra, and they do have an agenda, it seems. Is it fraudulent or is it real? Is this a real robot head? Let me know if you know. The only agenda I'm interested in is the truth. Plus, some guy recently took a picture with just his camera, I think. They got some pretty good ones out there for taking moonshots. Caught a bright spot on the moon resembling a city. Wonder what that is. On the moon. There's another funny story that kind of connects a dot in a way. When Buzz and Neil were doing their thing on the moon in 1969, the Chinese had sent a message through India asking them to look for a Chinese princess. Well, ironically enough, this Apollo 20 trip was allegedly to an abandoned spaceship that was crash-landed on the moon. And on board the crash-landed rocket, which is immense, they found a Chinese princess. Coincidence? Again, I don't know. The story is very intriguing. I'm just trying to ascertain if there's any kind of truth to it or if it's just all a bunch of baloney. BS. You heard about the exploits of the alleged Apollo 20? I've always thought that this was a hoax. I want to know what you think about it. It is interesting, but I still believe it to be a hoax. But then I found out not long ago there really was an Apollo 20 and it was really scrubbed in the 70s. That made me think, how about that? And it's a very good fake, if that's what it is. Never watched it before. But, you know, I'm sure people can do these kinds of things in studios, and why they do them, I'll never know, but, you know, because of that, we can never really trust our own eyes. But that led me to ask myself a series of questions. Let's just say, for example's sake, that there was a spaceship crash-landed on the surface of the moon and NASA could get to it. Would they tell us? I would say absolutely not, because of the Brookings report. Would they bring things back? Absolutely. Would they deny it? Absolutely. They didn't just lie about a few things, they say they lied about everything. So in the realms of possibility, I would say it's probably 50-50. On the picture where they show what she would have possibly looked like alive, notice the third eye in the center of her forehead. Alright, well that's going to do it for this show. I just wanted to bring up a few more anomalous things that I really enjoy researching, and I thought you might too. Please leave a like, maybe a comment. I do enjoy reading your comments. I'm not monetized whatsoever, so please donate if you can. Everything is 100% free here, if you can. That'll do it for me. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Good night. Break it, break it.
I hope you had fun. I did. Had a great time. I'll come out in a second.
Hello, howdy good people. Well, I hope you enjoyed the show. Who have we got here? We got someone new named
Zaturn.
Zaturn. And that's a cool name. I like that. Vortex 42. Modern Maniac, good to see you. Always. Jared, my man. Vortex 42, Raycar, Ray. And looks like you guys are having a good talk. That's about it. Thought I'd see Frank. I guess maybe I didn't, but tomorrow's the day. He's going to want to tune in anyway. And that's it. Everybody's having a good time. Wow, 50 people. I hate to leave. I always feel guilty when I leave 50 people sitting or reaching for something other than the Greg J channel. So I'll play one more video just for you. Then it's off to bed. Let me see, what can I get here? Something. Mermaids. Let's look at Mermaids. Here's a nice picture of what looks like a Native American Indian. However, it's not. It's Cro-Magnon man. Maybe the Cro-Magnons didn't disappear after all. They just became the world's indigenous people. You know, they always try to humanize Neanderthals and ugly eyes, Cro-Magnons as muchers, like eyes, nose, and mouth, you first notice how huge the eye holes are. Those are purple dawn eyes. Crazy. For whatever reason, mainstream gives us this pudgy, lovable-looking character for Neanderthal, but if you put him side by side with the skull, well, I can see right away that they don't look like they match at all. What do you think? If you look at a real Neanderthal skull and put human features on it, you can begin to see just how ridiculous they would look. They had huge eyes, a little forehead. They look like a purple dawn creature with them giant eyes. If you look at their bodies, they're barrel-chested and their shoulders cannot swim or throw. It doesn't look like they have very much in common with humans at all to me. I don't know how you feel on the subject, but for me, they just don't look human. If you put the human skull next to the Neanderthal skull, they angle the skull down. But if you move the Neanderthal skull to be straight, like the human skull is, you will notice a pronounced prognostication. One has to ask, why do they resort to such tactics? It's dishonest, therefore dishonorable. Their skeletal structure is completely different than ours. And if you notice in this photograph, the brow ridge for the Neanderthal is completely ape-like. All of their features are ape-like. Remember Piltdown Man? That was thought to be known science for 40 years before it was found out to be a fraud. Another interesting fact that was brought up by Theodore Holden is that no Neanderthal needles have ever been found. On the other hand, a lot of Cro-Magnon needles have been found. The reason why you can't find any Neanderthal needles is because you don't need to wear clothes when you have 6 inches of fur. And how could they have lost their fur in the middle of an ice age? They were closer to apes than humans. The 19th century depiction of Neanderthal man, I think, is a lot closer to reality than what that lovable fellow they have today. If you just take a look at their argument, it's flimsy. They don't have very much to go on to be human-like. But yet they force that square peg in the round hole because they need it to make evolution work. That is my opinion. What's yours? Then that kind of takes us to, are we savanna apes? Well, there's a woman, a doctor, she's deceased now I think, but her name was Elaine Morgan. And she came up with a unique theory. It is called the aquatic ape hypothesis. And she claimed that we have a lot more in common with aquatic mammals than we do with savanna apes, which, if you look at the list, it's quite shocking, really, how many similarities there are. That tells me one thing. That can't exist for nothing. It has to mean something. Nothing in nature exists for nothing. Well, when Elaine Morgan lays out the evidence, features in common with dolphins and aquatic mammals. Like, I believe we carry our fat the same. Apes don't carry their fat like we do. We sweat. Our sweat glands, we have that in common. And believe it or not, even face-to-face sex. And one of the biggies, breath control. Apes cannot control their breath, which is why they can't speak. In fact, there is so much evidence for mermaids throughout history, it has to beg the question, were they ever real at one time in history? If there's one thing we should know, there is a lot of mysterious phenomena going on in our ocean. They are only 20% explored. For one, there is a lot that we don't know. One day, not that long ago, I was surfing the net, watching videos of strange things that I like to do once in a while, and I came across a video that dealt with this very subject.
It has baffled many scientists and researchers, to say the least. And that is the Japanese mermaids. Often in Hollywood, mermaids are depicted as beautiful women. In Japan, mermaids are translated as human fish, what they call ninyo. Ninyo in Japanese folklore. According to it, they have shiny scales, a monkey-like face with tiny teeth, and a voice like a flute. But there's a tale of a fisherman named Too Much Sauce 90, and he posted a video not long ago that went viral and has everyone talking about it. Too Much Sauce 90. This video went viral almost as soon as it was posted. It started with him hearing strange noises on his fishing boat, noises that resembled a flute.
Throw you back in your ocean, because we're not catching you. Be free, homie. Sometimes you gotta let them free, you know. Sometimes you just gotta let them roam free. Let's just walk right back. Let's see if we can find. Oh, yo! Oh, hell no!
The link will be in the description.
Wait, no! No! Wait, I just threw this overboard. Y'all saw me throw it overboard. Are you kidding me?
First, he throws a crab overboard, and something or someone throws it back into the boat. But it doesn't stop there. Check this out.
90, and we just out here. We're chilling. We're out here chilling. I hear it. I hear him. Where's she at? What the f is that noise, bro? What is that noise? Where are you? This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it.
But it wasn't just a one-time thing. He recorded it a couple more times. Now, I know many might say that this is BS, but take into account that after he posted the video where he caught a glimpse of something in the water, his TikTok account got banned and he received a community strike. And then right after that, this happened.
Me out here doing testing. Testing what? What the f are you guys testing? That's what I want to know. We all know Source 90 has heard certain things out in the ocean, and then my TikTok gets banned, and then the government shows up my boat. It's too many f***ing coincidence?
The next thing you know, they have a laboratory set up in his boat, and they did not want to share with him what they were researching. And there are similar stories all over the world about people or beings with fish-like tails and human-like bodies. And apparently there is a mummified mermaid that was caught in the 17th century by a fisherman. It is now being investigated by the Tuskegee University. Does that look like an Innu to you? The Japanese mermaid that is said to exist in Japanese stories and myths. And if it turns out to be real, which it certainly looks real, do you think that if it turned out to be real that there would be a change of any kind? Nah, come on, you know better than that. They just sweep it under the rug like they always do. It's too hard to change. And this story has everything. It even has a letter dating back to 1903 to confirm that it was sold as an odd fish but kept by the family as an heirloom. It's a mummified Japanese mermaid. So there has to be some there with mermaids. I think it's very possible that at one point in time we had such a thing as mermaids or mermen, which could go a long way to explain where we came from. Not only that, but we've got umpteen myths that speak of a god who came from the sea and taught them, everything they needed to know. So it's not so far off base. I think I've heard that in many ancient myths, and we all know one form or another if this thing turns out to be real. All in all, I think it means that the aquatic ape hypothesis has a lot of merit. And then we got a spaceship hitting the moon. Have you heard about this, Andy?
Yeah, I heard about that. Their theory was that it was the third stage of a rocket off of something being sent up there, and instead of coming back to Earth, as it's meant to, it ended up keeping on going and hitting the moon.
It's pretty spectacular, isn't it?
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
It's like a mushroom. When you think of it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that, Greg? Out of all that area and surface, that in that one occasion, that rocket's gone the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then it's actually, in all that space, it's hit that little pinprick called the moon.
Yeah.
Huge. That's amazing.
Yeah. It is amazing. Yeah. There's a theory that there's an interplanetary war going on, but I'm sure that's just a bunch of hyperbole.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of debris that's been falling to Earth lately, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence.
Are we seeing the actual debris? So is the debris what they say in that it's remnants from our space programs, or is it foreign debris?
Right, but they tell so many lies, you never know, when they're telling the truth or when they're telling a whopper. You just can't really trust it. Yeah.
And as you would be aware, all the major powers now are trying to militarise space because I own that, you own that.
That's right. Yeah, because if you own space, there's nothing anyone can do to you. Because you'll always be able to. Yeah. Now, there's supposed to be a treaty that disallows nuclear weapons in space. Do you think that they've gone that far?
As in having nuclear weapons in space?
Yeah.
Well, define a weapon.
Well,
you could send something that looked innocent up there, but You've just got to send it the right information, and it can fail and do the same as a nuclear device, can't it?
Yes. Yeah. But,
so,
well, that's true.
They
probably have weapons we have no idea.
But it could be something that looks innocent. And
yeah.
Whatever. But as for having nuclear weapons in space, well, probably at this stage, what would be the real purpose of it, other than if you're storing them up there to send them back to Earth?
Yeah, because they do absolutely no good, you know.
You know what amazes me, Greg, is everyone's more concerned about where we've been and where we come from than where we're going.
Man, you couldn't. Well said. Well said, brother. That's very true. But what does it tell you when they can't even tell us where we've been, honestly? What do we have then? It is said that a people who don't know their true history are conquered people. You know, I don't so much think that Neanderthals were predators per se, or predators versus humans. It has been crammed down our throats since I was a kid that Neanderthals were this jolly human character, when they probably weren't. With eye sockets like that, come on, and then the forehead, how could they have been human? I'm just looking at the evidence. There isn't one stitch of evidence that shows Neanderthals wore clothing. You can't find any needles, and can look at it with an open mind. Like most other things, it's pretty easy to see for me. But if you disagree with me, that's your prerogative, and you absolutely have that right. It's just what I happen to think. It's no big deal. We all have our own opinion. But you know what? It really doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is that the aquatic ape hypothesis has a lot of potential. That's all. When has mainstream ever told us the truth? And apes have no ability to control their breath. They can't swim. They sink like a rock. Where did we get the ability to swim from? Why do we carry our fat the same? Why do we share so many characteristics with aquatics and not with apes or gorillas? Well, I'm interested to know what you think. My mind is open. Convince me if you think otherwise, or let me know what you think. But that's going to do it for this show. I do have more videos in my playlist. I'll see you next time. And remember, if you go to my homepage, take a look at the homepage. It has a lot of goodies there. If you have a look at all of my playlists, you definitely have to find something there that you're going to like. Whether we agree or we disagree, the debate is what makes it fun. And I'm of the opinion that if I'm wrong and I discover it, then it's time to break out a bottle of wine and celebrate, as John Newman says, because we just got a little bit better. That's the way I look at it. So it's no big deal. I like Newton's motto. I hold no hypothesis. I just love learning. Anyways, one thing I think we can all agree on is this is one great big crazy, wild, weird world that we live in. And what did they say? It's a joke surrounded by a riddle wrapped in an enigma. That's for sure. It gets weirder and weirder. The more you learn, the more it just keeps getting weirder. Remember what one of those Greek philosophers said? I think it might have been Socrates. Could have been Aristotle. But he said, the truth of our origin is probably so weird, it is unbelievable. Something to that effect. Is here for. I wouldn't be surprised if we woke up after we die on a couch, taking a mind vacation for our lunch hour. And in that time, we lived our whole life on Earth. You never know. All right, that'll do it for me. Thank you very much. Please give it a like, maybe share, comment. I love reading your comments. If you can, donate to the cause. And take care. And thank you for all your kindness. And I'll see you on down the road.
Okay, I gotta go to bed now. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you, I really do. I hate getting sappy, but I gotta tell you, it's been a great time. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Tomorrow. We live in a great... Okay, one more. That's it, though. This is it. No more after this. No, I'm going to save it, because I got to come back tomorrow. So I'll say goodnight. Bye. See you tomorrow. I just never know when to quit.
I got to never got to go.
And that there is called Detroit rock and roll.